Hi, my name is Oijobi Adela and welcome to the SEO training by Nivedigital Academy. In today's training, I'm going to be teaching you the fundamentals of SEO, and this is a beginner's course. So whether you've been looking to learn SEO, you want to upskill your skill as an SEO specialist, this video is going to cover every stuff about SEO, and at the end of the video, you are going to become better at SEO. As we go to the training, we're going to be talking about different SEO spectrum. The first thing we're going to be talking about is the introduction to SEO and ranking factors, the factors that determine how far your website is going to be on the first page of Google. And then we'll talk about the on-page SEO. That's what you do on your website, every activity you are doing on your website. And then we'll move on to the technical SEO. And technical SEO involves all those site speed, the mobile friendliness, the security of your website, and all that stuff. And then we'll move on to off-page SEO. That's what you do outside of your website. That involves the recommendation, the backlinks, and the likes. We're going to be talking about every stuff in this training, and then we'll share with you the SEO metrics. Why you have ranking your website, you need to know some metrics for you to rank, for you to track. So we're going to be talking about every stuff in this training. So make sure you like and subscribe to the channel so that we can keep on providing more useful videos like this. If you want to learn SEO practically with us, Nivedigital Academy is taking on students who want to learn SEO, data marketing, data analysis right now. So make sure you call the number on your screen or visit our website nivedigitalacademy.com. I can also find a link in the description where you can fill your form and we'll get in touch with you. So whether you want to learn by physical or you want to learn online, this is the best place to be. What's up everyone, this is Oijobi. So let's get started with the training. So in today's training, we're going to be talking about SEO, that's search engine optimization. So this course is actually for beginners, people who want to learn SEO. Maybe they want to become an SEO specialist or want to take your website to the first page of Google. So we're going to be learning the basics of SEO in this training. At the end of this training, you're going to learn a lot, how to rank a new website in less than 3 months to the first page of Google and how to make money with it. Okay, let's continue. Before we continue, I'm going to be talking about the course structure, what we're going to be talking about in this training, because of course, for us to understand what SEO is, we need to break it down into smaller pieces. Okay, so the first we're going to be talking about the introduction to SEO. What is SEO? How does SEO works? You understand? We have the search ranking factors. What moves the website to be at number 1 and what takes the website to be at number 2. All those factors we're going to be talking about in this training, and then we move on to keyword research. Of course, the reason why we will talk about keywords very extensively because Google is all about keywords. People are typing phrases, they're typing questions, they're typing stuff on Google to find out information or to purchase something. Now, those key keywords. Those keywords are things that we're going to be using as an SEO, to optimize our website very well in an informed way. And then we'll talk about the on-page SEO. Now, the on-page SEO is all about what you do on your website to make your website more easily found with Google. Because if you don't build your website right, it's more harder for Google to actually find you. So the on-page SEO is just like a factor, it's like a strategy that you can just make your website more easily found when Google search bot is looking for information on the internet. And then we talk about the off-page SEO. This off-page SEO is more about the recommendations we have, because Google doesn't just bring out website and take it to first number 1. They have to know who are actually recommending this website. You understand? Because it will be harder for let's say someone just started selling anything and the person is not even selling the right thing, or the person is scam. Imagine you now found the website on page 1 and you purchased, you waste your money and it got scammed. You might not want to visit Google again. So Google look at all these safety procedures. So that means that they don't just rank websites, you understand? They just rank website the first page of Google. It takes time. It takes recommendation from other people that have been there before they can say, okay, I actually trust this website. I can put them on number 1. I can put them on number 2. And so we're going to be talking about also in this training. And then we're talking about technical SEO. Now, this technical SEO is actually under off-page SEO, but I want to actually talk about it differently so you can understand the technical part of SEO, because you know that all these SEOs are just AI, they're just machines. Understand? So for us to communicate effectively to all these AI machines, to all these bots, it's better for us to understand what is expected of us to do so that the bot that is coming on the website will be easier to take action on that. So let's move on to the next one. This is introduction to SEO. And in fact, I put it this way because you know while you understand what SEO is, you need to understand the ranking factors. A lot of SEOs don't really understand what it is to rank websites. Many of them also just think that okay, to rank websites, it's all about writing blog posts, doing all those kind of stuff. Why you know that SEO takes more than that, even though it's the most simplest thing, but many people don't know the simple things that actually make your website to rank. That's why you need to understand why, what is SEO exactly, the definition of SEO, and also the factors of that determine how far your website is going to be ranked. Yeah, so what is SEO? Now we are getting started with training. What is SEO? Many of you know that SEO stands for search engine optimization, right? So it's a process of optimizing our website for search engines so that search engine can easily find our website. As I said, it's a process of improving the ranking of your web pages because your website or your blog, your e-commerce website. So it's a process of ranking your e-commerce website, your website on search engines, okay? And of course, I say here now, it's not a one-time job; it's a continuous stuff. That's why you see many companies, many businesses are hiring SEO experts per month, depending on the project they're trying to achieve. Okay, as I said, here also it's not your page is not just your own page run individually. Okay, so I'm going to be showing you all what this actually means so that you can understand what SEO, so that you can know how to do SEO effectively. Make sure that you watch these videos today because we're going to be learning a lot in this training. Okay, now as I said here, SEO stands for search engine optimization. Let's go on Google and try to search for something. Let's start for SEO training in Lagos. As you can see right now, our academy, Nivedigital Academy, is at number one. And if you see here now, our website is also at number one for SEO training. So we are the best set of people to actually teach you SEO. All right. Now, why is it that our website is at number one and why is it that it's not at number two? This is our agency. You see our agency as well. These are agency because we have an agency. Now, why is it that this one is at number one and why some why some websites on page three is because of the SEO they're actually working on. So for you and most people, in fact, a good percentage of people, if they search for SEO training or anything that they want to search for, any information they want to search for, most people don't go to page three. Most people don't go to page four. Most people just check out the first three results or the first page result and say, okay, and just like, okay, this one is what I'm looking for. You understand my point? So you need to actually, or for you to actually make use of SEO, for you to get the results with SEO, you need to actually know how to get your page to page one effectively. You understand? So that is what SEO actually stands for. We're optimizing our website in a way we're optimizing our website in a way that Google or other search engines can find us authoritatively, can find us trustworthy. You understand? For them to rank our website at the first page of Google. Okay, so that's what SEO actually is. Now, why does SEO matter? As I said, SEO is important because 93% of online experience start with the site. For someone, if you want to know about someone, most people will just search the person. If you want to know about the product, most people will even search the person. We know that we have a AI right now. That means that okay, maybe people are not still using Google. It's not true. People are still using Google to search for things that they want. You understand? Because it's not really information they can find on Google. Most people are going there to buy something, to find a property, to find a school. So there are a lot of different reasons why many people are going to Google. It's not related to just finding information alone. And as I said here, I give a factor here. I said 75% of people never scroll past page one. I have said it before. Most people don't go past page one. That's why Google try to make sure that the result they are provided on that first page is the best answer. Because if it's not even good for them for you not to find the information you are looking for on the first page. You get my point. So So it's not good for them not to find the information you're looking for on the first page, because they'll be like, out of all the results that we have, why can't I give out? Why is people not finding the best information? So, like for example, now let's say for example you search for maybe iPhone 11 versus iPhone 12. You know, uh, now if Google realize that most people are going to the, let me give you an example now. Let's say for example you search for iPhone 12. You search for iPhone 12 versus iPhone 13. Now, if Google realize that most people are scrolling to click on this website, this smart quiz, Google will take this smart quiz. They'll be moving up slowly because Google believe that okay, this smart quiz is answering their users' question in the right way, in the best way. You understand? So that is it. So that's what I mentioned here. That 80%. I mean, 75% of people never scroll past page one. That's why you see many people that will say, okay, they want their website to get on people, because of course that's how you can get most traffic. And of course, 70 to 80% ignore paid ads and click on organic ads. Of course, definitely most of you've seen ads on the first page of Google and you don't really click. It doesn't mean that you don't want to click. It just means that you just provide, okay, this one is just pushing the ads to me. Not that people don't get, of course, 20% of people clicking on search ads. You call all this stuff search ads. Let me show you. Let's say, for example, you want to buy laptop for sale. I don't know whether there's ads for laptop. Okay, now these sponsored ads. Okay, these are called search ad or e-commerce ad. Now, these are ads. Most people don't really click on this. They just go down. And it doesn't mean that they don't click. It's just that most people just feel like they scroll down and click on the actual website. You see, from all these plus, all display, we call it organic results. Okay, these are paid results. So the search page, which is we're still not talking about the search page, the structure of the search page, so that you can understand what it is actually. Okay, so um, as I said here, 70 to 80% of ignorance paid has and click on organic results, which is a good thing for us. And so 80% of smartphone users search for local business. So if you have a business, a physical store in your locality, in your place, in your city, Google is one of the best places to get it. Okay, people searching for our maybe people search for SEO training or looking, you can see how we created a Google My Business account, which has brought us leads as well. It has gotten us leads, good leads uh, from there as well. Okay, so as I said here, it's because most people just want to, of course, most people are on their smartphone right now, so they're actually using their smartphone to look for. So you need to optimize for smartphones. Okay, so that's why SEO matters. It matters because most people go online to know more. I mean, know more about an information, right? Okay, so we have different type of SEOs, right? As you begin your journey in the SEO life. So let's talk about different types of SEO, because of course we have different types of SEO. Okay, because uh, so I say a website is like a house, right? And we have different kinds that make your SEO very functional. Okay, the first one is the on-page SEO. Right, that's what you do uh, inside your website. Everything that you do inside you're like building your house. Everything that your chairs, your table, the arrangement, where the kitchen is, where the toilet is, so where your bedroom is, that's on-page SEO. All right. So everything you do within your website, everything you do within your website is what we call on pages. I've talked about it before, and then we talked about off-page SEO. That's promotion outside, more like a recommendation. Okay, I recommend this website to provide the best answer for this kind of place. You get the idea. For example, now let's say you have a real estate industry called property value. Now, if you have a website, if you have a new website called, maybe just created it and it's not yet live, but you want others to start referencing you want to rank on the first page of Google, you need to go to related websites that are maybe that have been there for some time and have the authority and tell them to start recommending you. Some of them might want to cost a little bit, some of them might want to charge, and some of them are free. Depends on the approach you are getting. Okay, so that's off-page SEO. It's more like recommending your website, recommending your business, so that Google can look at this person is actually providing right information on your website and are not scam. And then we'll talk about technical SEO. This is about the structures. Let me show you what I'm trying to say. If you talk about, this is Jumia. I'm not affiliated with Jumia, but this is Jumia. You see all these structures here, all these on-page SEO, all these major points. That is what we call the on-page SEO. So technical SEOs are more like the foundation, the structure, the mobile friendliness of your website, the site maps, how fast your website is all about. Okay, let me show you an example right now. For example, now if you go on to Jumia, this is Jumia website. I'm not affiliated with Jumia. You see all these structures here. This is on the desktop view. Now, if you view on the mobile, it will be mobile friendly so that it can make it easier for their users to actually go to any category or any structure they are going through. So we have the electronics, we have the home service, we have the health and beauty analyze. So how fast this website is actually matters as well, because if someone is going to a website and it's taking time, it's loading more than 10 seconds, people will scroll down and visit. And for example, let's say you search for laptop for sale. If you search for laptop for sale right now we have GG, we have GG, we have Jumia, we have Shopify. Now imagine I click on this website and it's taking time for it to load. People will likely want to go and visit the next one. That's why you have to make sure that your website is kind of fast. You can see it load very fast, and so if you visit on Jumia as well, you see that it kind of load your website. So for technical SEO, it's just making sure that your website is fast enough for people to click through and check through what they are, what they are going through. So that's technical SEO. And then we talk about local SEO. Now, local SEO is just optimizing for nearby customers, and that's people near you. For example, let's say you search for maybe makeup artist near me. Makeup artist in Lagos. Now it's going to bring out businesses. These are Google My Business. Now Google My Business is now actually called Google Business Profile. So these are all called Google My Business. You can see is among the search pages. So if you search any query relating to a business, Google will show you businesses you can actually visit. You can see this map. If you click on this map, it shows you the direction of where you are going, and you can see how they stop. Now, Google actually showed the top 3 results. There are a lot of businesses trying to, rank on these 3 places, and this is the most. It's just like the one I talked about. People don't go to page 2. Likewise, Google My Business. Most people don't click on more businesses. They just look at the first 3 businesses and pick out the one that they preferred. That's why, for you to get a result with your Google My Business, you need to show up properly. You need to learn how to show up in these top 3 results. Okay, so there are a lot of factors that determine how well your website how well your businesses can come up on this stuff. Okay, for example, now when you search for SEO training in Lagos, you see that our academy is at one of the first pages. Our academy is number 1, and we have our agency as well in number 1. So we're able to implement the strategy to get you the result that you're looking for, right? So how do you do the local SEO? Let's say, for example, you want to start getting calls from Google. How do you do the SEO, the local SEO, right? The first thing is you're going to need to create your Google My Business. If you don't have a Google My Business account, you need to most of you must have had, most of you might not have. So if you want to confirm whether you have a Google okay, let me search. So you just go to maps.google. You can also use your Google Map on your Android or your iPhone to actually search your business. So the moment you just go here and search that business, okay? So just search that business and see, well, okay, maybe you're gonna get the name. You understand my point. So just search your business name and see whether you could get that stuff. So that's how to first get started. Now, if you don't have or you want to optimize your Google My Business, the first thing you'll do is you need to just search Google Business Profile on Google. If you don't have if you are on your, what is it called, if you're on your mobile, you can, that means you can actually do this on your mobile. If you're on your mobile, what you just have to do is, what you just have to do is just search, just install the Google Maps account, and you will be able to see businesses at that. But if you're on your desktop, you can just search for Google Business Profile and start creating stuff. So let's assume it now. I have some businesses I'm managing, that is Nivedigital Academy and all that stuff, right? This is a training, it's not my own. I use it as a training during one of our classes. So let's say, for example, you have a group, but you just have to create this place. You just have to click on this place, and they're going to tell you to sign in with your Gmail account. So you need to have a Gmail account to actually be able to do this, right? So just sign in your account. You can see stand out on Google with a free business profile. So some people finally on Google search and map into new customer with a free business profile for your storefront or service area. Okay. So how do you create all this? Okay. And first thing, as I say, you have to just sign in. But because I have an account with them, I don't need to sign in, right? So what I'll just do is I can just click on one of my profile and just click on these three dots. Right, I click on these three dots. And I had a new business profile. Now, the moment you create an account with them, you're going to be asked this. So the moment you create an account with them, you're going to be asked this. So you're going to have your business name, your business category. What I used to tell my students to do is that they should try to find what other people are doing, no matter the industry you have. The first thing you need to do is to search. If you are into makeup, just search for makeup artist Lagos. So you're just going to look at all these three people. For example, you saw that, okay, this way is out of and okay, the category is makeup artist. So the top three businesses are using their primary category as what makeup artist. So that's the same thing you're going to be using. So this person is in Keja, this one is Lagos, whatever. So that's the first thing. Now look at the reviews as well, because Google sometimes, if you look at the Google ranking factors, Google gives three information about your ranking. You understand? They talk about the relevance, the distance, the prominence. That means that these three factors will determine how good your website is going to be. So the relevance means that if people are searching for your business, they won't just bring any kind of business. For example, let's say, you are looking for maybe you're looking for hairstylist. Google will bring people selling cakes or whatever. You get the idea now. So that's the idea. So you need to just replicate everything that this person is doing, and that's how you can, because most people don't click on these small businesses. It's just like how most people don't click on this page 2, page 3, and co. So you need to make sure that your results, your business is showing among the top 3 Google Maps. We call it Google Maps pack. So it's Google will show the top 3, and sometimes it depends on the industry and some country where you are. Sometimes Google will show for it, depends. So you should make sure that, so what you do is that you create your account. Are actually doing. So let's say, for example, now your business name is this, and your category is this. Now I'd like my course this category, right? As I say, reverse engineer what other people are doing, and for this business to be on the top 3 Google Map packs, you call it Google Map packs, as I've said before. So Google Map packs is the top 3 result that Google show on business. You can see that they have more businesses. That means it's not only these businesses that we have under this makeup artists in Lagos. There are lots of them. There are even hundreds of them, right? But Google will only pick out the best 3 that feel that is performing well, right? And Google have a lot of ranking factors to judge it. A lot of ranking factors. Google look at, okay, the location where you are. For example, now someone searching for makeup artists in Ikeja will be different from the results will differ from someone in maybe in Lekki. Let's do the example. Let's say if someone searches for makeup artist in Ikeja now, you can see, let's search for makeup artist in Lekki. you can see that the result actually differs, because Google look at the distance where you are to bring out the best results for their user, right? So that's first thing you need to do. So the place you want to actually rank for, right, the place you want to optimize your Google business profile is actually important. So you need to know that, okay, some people are actually looking for that kind of service around that place. So if you want to target makeup artists in Ikeja, you need to have an idea of how many people are looking for makeup artists in Ikeja. You understand? There are a lot of tools that you can use. You can use Google Keyword Planner. You can use some SEO tools. So if you are running Google Ads, there is a Google Keyword Planner you can use that is actually free, that you can use to know at least the minimum of people looking for this kind of service in this location, because of course you don't want to optimize for services. You don't want to optimize for locations that people are not actually looking for. That's one thing you need to take note of. Okay, so Google look at the distance where you are, look at the relevancy. Alright, so Google will just bring, for example, if someone search for makeup artist now and someone is just saying maybe someone is seeing a gym studio, you can see that the relevance is not. So Google bring out results that is relevant to you so that you can actually pick, and most people do use Google My Business to get clients. For example, our own now, if you search SEO training, we've gotten a lot of students who got to found us through this Google My Business profile. So you can actually do the same for your business as well. That is local SEO. As I said, choose the category that all these top 3 people have chosen, and don't pick it as your own primary category. You can actually change it. You can add more later, but for safety reasons, for SEO processes, I love to tell my people to to add at least minimum of 3. They should not add more. The more categories you add, except you are doing that stuff, the more broad your business is all about. Okay, so you want to, for you to actually do well on Google, you need to tell Google, you need to tell the search bot that you are the best person for this job. You get the idea, instead of doing a lot of stuff together. So you're going to click on next. Now they're going to ask you, do you want to add a location customer can visit? So if you have an office, just tell them you have a location. If you don't have an office, so by the way, whether you click on no, sometimes they will ask you to fill in your location. So you're just going to click on no, or do you want to add a location customer? If you click on no, select area where you serve. You can see now the reason why I pick, okay, where area you serve. Do you serve nearby areas? For example, if you are in Ikeja, you want to serve areas around maybe Abule, but you want to serve areas around Agege and like. So the areas that you can go to, that's what I mean. But the moment you put location, I advise people that if your competitors actually pick a location, if you pick location, alright, sometimes it's good to pick a location, because if you remember, Google looks at distance of where you have to determine the result that they will bring out, right? So if you have the location, just bring out the location house. If you don't have the location, you can leave that aside, right? So if you click on you have a location, and the next thing gonna ask you, you should fill in your location, right? So where are you, which country you are, Nigeria, your state, your state. So just fill up the information properly. Now there are major stuff you need to do. All right, now there are some stuff that actually Google use to determine how well they'll bring your results out in this top 3. And let's read from them, right? Ranking factor. So we want to read from Google itself. So let's go now. You can see that Google is using relevance, distance, and the prominence. That's how way you are known. That means you have to have a social media account for your business. A lot of businesses don't even have social media accounts. This can help you to gain more visibility and improve trust with your business. So make sure that if you have a business, make sure you create a Google My Business account. It's very important. So the relevance, as I said, relevance is how well a business matches what someone is searching for, and distance is how far each business is from the customer. You get, because Google looks at the location where you're searching from. They have they can track your location, so they can know the result they should bring out for your query. And the prominence is how when a business is actually known, and this depends on the reviews you have and how many how many links. That's where we come about the business directories, right? So that's how you can actually do well on Google My Business. You can see now these people have 62 reviews for 3, so you should work on having minimum of like 10, minimum of 20 to 100 reviews for this business to actually compete very well. And of course, the business directory, you can see Google said how many websites link to you as well. So you need to determine that how many websites are actually linking to you. That's business directory. For example, now if you search for business directory in Nigeria, right? Nigeria business directory. I'm also building a business directory right now, but it's not a long story. If you search for business directory, you're going to be seeing a lot of directories you can pick on. We are yet to optimize. This is our home. We are still working on it. We have a lot of stuff to do in terms of optimization, but because of other works and lives. So we have a lot of business directories. Now this business directory, what does it do? It's help you just build trust with Google. Now this website here had a trusted website with Google. You understand? They are trusted websites with Google. So when you list your business on their own platform, right? Let me show you how it does. When you list your business on their own platform, we cannot build trust in front of Google. This person is staying in this address, whatever. Let's say restaurant now. Let's say this person, this green now. You can see how it is. We have the name, the address, and the phone number. So Google Business Profile follows what we call the NAP process. The NAP process. So NAP process means Google My Business. Let me just say profile. So that means your name and the address, alright, must be the same everywhere you are listing your business. So it means your business name, physical address, and phone number must be the same. So it has to follow the NAP. So that means that anything that is on your, for example, this business now, this is the business. Let's look at the business. If the person wants to create a business directory, they must make sure that the name is the same, right? The address is the same, and the phone number the person is speaking, so that I can create a concurrent information, and Google won't be confused whether it's another business or it's your home business. That's why while you're creating business directory for your business, you need to make sure that it's concurrent. And business directory, as I said, is very important to create to improve your chances of ranking on the top 3 Google Maps. Okay, so that is more about Google My Business. So if you have a Google My Business, we actually have a short course that teaches people. Maybe I'll drop it in the description so you can get it. That talks more extensively about this Google Business Profile alone. Yeah, right? So that's just more of SEO, right? That's more of local SEO. And then we have e-commerce SEO on optimizing online stores. Now there are some clients, there are some people that want to optimize their e-commerce, like how you do Jumia optimization. How you do Jumia optimization will be different from how you do a normal blogging optimization, right? Because Jumia, all these e-commerce websites, they have what we call the categories, they have what we call products and the likes. Why your personal branding might have just the landing page and the blogs alone. So for Jumia now, they are optimizing for appliance, they are optimizing for a lot of categories. They have more than, and I can see here, they have more than 500 categories, right? So those factors, the way you optimize for SEO for e-commerce is different from the way you do for, and likewise the real estate SEO as well. And then we have the mobile SEO, right? So making website perform well on the phones, responsive design, fast, easy, and we have international SEO. So targeting multiple countries or languages, right? Now there's some clients that what they want to rank for. The difference between local SEO is that the locality of where you are, the environment. That's what that means you are getting customers you are getting nearby customers. But we are talking about international SEO, you are getting customers far from where your country is. You get the idea now. So if some clients might want to say, okay, I'm in US now, I want to target people in the UK, US, I want to target everybody all over the world. Now the approach are actually quite different to do. You're getting the idea. So the way you're going to do in normal SEO will be different from the way you're going to do international SEO and the local SEO. You are getting the gist. And we have different image SEO, optimizing pictures, blah blah blah. Now, these are just factors relating to on pages, but I just want to say, because many people still don't understand, the images, how Google interpret images. Now, there was a client that came to us at Nivedigital and said they want to optimize their website, their real estate website. And when this client came, we checked all their images as, they were not ranking because the person doesn't optimize their images. And as a real estate website, most people want to check the images of what they are, they are renting or buying. So you need to make sure that all this stuff are, correlating, right? So when we came on board, we first checked all the image. There are a lot of tools that can help you to check the alternative test of all images at once. So what we did is we tell the developer to, put the title as the alternative test. And then the voice SEO. Now, of course, most people are now searching on Google, right? Most people are searching on Google. We're still going to talk about all this stuff. So most people are searching on Google with their voice now. So you need to actually learn to optimize that. And we have the video SEO that's, optimizing for YouTube and the likes. And the negative SEO, of course, we have the people that will attack your website, creating spammy links and so on. Those are types of SEO, but we have some what we call SEO techniques. Because why we have the good way of doing SEO, we also have bad way of doing it. So that's why most websites get affected by Google, and they will lose all their rankings and likes. Now we have what we call a white hat SEO. Now you might be hearing white hat SEO. I'm still going to give you the illustration in the next slide, but I just want to tell you about this. Now white hat SEO means ethical practice following Google rules. Quality link, creating quality content, natural links. Now, what does Google means by natural links? Google doesn't want you to be buying links from people. Links are like, the backlinks, the off-page SEO that we talked about. When I talk about, going to other websites to recommend your website to build trust with Google, right? Now, as I said, there are a lot of approaches you can take. You can go and pay them to, list you, or they can find your article on the page one and just link you. Now, Google believes that, okay, you need to do this all naturally. And if you are waiting for the natural way, I don't think it's going to take forever. So we SEOs don't really wait for people to link us. We go and meet them and tell them, how much can you link our website? Now, this actually is not a best practice with Google, but we can't just wait for people to come and find our website, miraculously and link to their website. Now we have to call black hat SEO, which is unethical tweaks. So that's one like keyword stuffing, clocking, link farm. Now these actually, I've met quite some clients that they went to go and buy links. They believe that it's with links that you will use to rank, with enough links you will rank and the likes, which is not totally true. If the link you are buying or the links that you are getting are spammy links, they are links that Google doesn't like, it will reduce the performance of your website on Google as well. So you need to be careful of the links you are buying. We know that links, the content that you put on your website is as important as anything, but you don't just buy, because a lot of websites are selling links. If you go to SEO Clark now, SEO Clark, you see a lot of places where people are selling links for buying $5. $5 for 1,000 links, $5 for. This is not true. This is not a good way to do SEO, because it's not possible way for you to and a lot of people say increasing ranking. No, assuming it was some many years back, it would have been easier for you to actually, do this. But right now, Google is so smart to know whether a link is good or not. So you need to get your links from good places, good resources. All right. So don't go and buy links. Don't destroy your website by buying fake links, by buying poor links, linking to our website. For example, if you search for links right now, pardon me, if you search for links right now, you're gonna see a lot of a lot of people saying all this stuff is not true. It doesn't work. So don't get into it. Don't buy links to your website. Right? So, and then we have the gray hat SEO. So this is just like a middle ground. It's actually risky, but not fully black, but not safe either. So that is mainly buying links. So buying links as well can be a bit bad, especially if the website you're buying it from is not that good. So you need to actually test all these metrics to determine how far your website is going to go, right, on Google. Now I created a table to illustrate the differences between these three, because it's actually important as you start doing SEO. You need to understand the practice. You need to understand the practice of SEO, right? So I gave these three bullets, the analysis, right? I say Why It Matters SEO follows the search engine rule guidelines, focus on user experience, high quality content, long time, save rate of at Nivedigital, at my agency, right? We teach, we actually only do white hat SEO, and what we teach was white hat SEO. So the another one is gray hat SEO, which is mix of white and black techniques. Exploit loophole, not outright illegal, risky but sometimes effective, short to medium time results. So a lot of stuff might be wrong even with gray hat SEO. And we have the black hat. This is wrong. A lot of people are doing black hat, and they will say that okay, their website got hacked or their website got affected by Google. One of the examples of black hat SEO might mean you creating 1,000 blog posts with AI and just dropping it on your blog without answering people's question, or doing a proper research on those articles, editing it in a proper way. Now a lot of people are doing it, are just dumping research on on their website, which is not actually good. They are just pumping a high research on their website, which is not actually good, right? So these SEO techniques, you need to understand it as you move forward, because the shorter way might be risky. Many people want to get results faster with SEO, so what they do is that they do the black hat just for them to get results, and then when Google go through their analysis again, they see that, and they can see traces of bad websites or bad techniques, and they will just discipline your website, right? Which is not good. You don't want them to discipline your website or your client's website after you've got the page one. So you need to make sure that you are doing the right practice to actually get results for yourself or for your clients, right? So the next one I'm going to be talking about is how search engine works. We need to understand all this stuff, how does search engine works, right? So I say think of it like ordering suya. You get in 5 minutes because the meat was already prepared ahead. So that means that search engines, which is not limited to Google, have all this database of websites that answer people's questions. So what it does is that it now, when you ask a question, it's just like a digital, like a digital librarian that shows you where a particular book is. So if you are looking for an history book, it will show you, okay, go to this page, you will see an history. If you see you are looking for art books, it will tell you the direction of what to do. So that's how search engine. So it's a collective or database of websites, all website content, and show it to people in a meaningful way. That's what search engine is. So the first thing that it does is that crawling. Google will first crawl websites, right? So they will first call the website. So if you have a website now, Google will call the website and say, okay, then does this person actually have what I'm looking for? Does this person answering something. You understand? Can I put this inside my database? Are people looking for something you are building on? Of course, you don't want to build anything that people are not looking for. So Google looks at that for you and say, okay, can I add this website to my database? Okay, if they say that this website is a good way I can present more information to my users, they'll add it to their database. Now, they will now index it. Index means categorizing, right? Okay, this person is into SEO, this person into e-commerce. Let us categorize them in proper order, and then results start ranking. So that means that when Google have crawled your website, have seen all your websites, they've seen everything, and they now, once they index it, like they put it on your page, ranking now follows after. That means that even after the index your page, you might not be ranking. You might not be ranking to the first page. So there are a lot of factors that determine that. As I say, results are shown based on relevance, like adding your exact order. So if all you have done is like someone that is on the page one, you would get similar results. Do you get the idea now? Let's say, for example, now you search for okay, I'm looking for SEO training in Lagos, right? Now we know that Nivedigital Academy is at #1 as at the time I'm recording this video. Now if anybody wants to do like us, or let's say for example you want to search for house for rent, let me just house for rent. Now Nigeria Property is the one that is leading. I'm not affiliated with Nigeria Property, but for us to do like these people, all we have to do is just enter their page and see what their article is all about, how they structure their page. Now once you replicate the similar stuff like this in a unique way, you are not just copying everything. So once you replicate the similar stuff like this in a unique way, Google will be like, okay, this person is kind of doing something related to what we are doing. That's what we did for one of our clients. You understand? You can see this is what we did for this is one of the clients we helped to rank on the first page of Google. So what we did is that we optimized their website. We try to create something similar so that they can show up like these people. Get the idea? So once you replicate similar stuff of what your competitors are doing, reverse engineer what they are doing on their website, it's more easier for you to show up, right? So that is this. Now there are a lot of search engines, right? A lot of search engines. It's not only Google now we have. If you go on and search engines right now, you're going to see a lot of websites. Now we have, let me say, I just want to, now we have DuckDuckGo, Bing, all those one. So you can see the reason why we use Google, as I've said, is because Google, more than 80% of people are using Google for their research, for their search. You understand? So why would you want to go to another place to go and search when so we SEOs will look at what people are using to optimize. That's why you see most SEO talking about Google. Now maybe in the future Bing started more people started using Bing, we start optimizing our websites for Bing. Even though we are optimizing for search engine, most of the results that you see on Google search will be on Bing as well, very related. For example, let's go to Bing now. When you search for house for rent in Lagos, right? We search for house for rent in Lagos. Now you can see that it is Nigeria Property that is still at that #1. Now, so you can see their own structure is kind of different compared to how Google is. But many people are not really going to, this place to search. Although there are people using it as well, but most people use Google to search for whatever they are looking for. So it also, so that means that Bing can also can also pick out your website and show it on their own search index, right? So you need to make sure you understand that very well. Now there are factors, there are a lot of factors. Now Google use more than 200 factors to determine which websites will be on page 1, because at the end of the day what you are trying to do is to increase your website visibility, to increase it to page 1, to get to page 1. Because the moment you create a website, Google just don't rank you immediately. Google don't just put you at the top immediately. It takes time. It takes, the on-page SEO, it takes off-page SEO, all those stuff. It takes a lot of metrics. That's why sometimes people say you should wait for a minimum of 3 months for you to know how well your website is actually performing, provided you have done every other stuff. Now, Google uses a lot of ranking factors to determine how well your website is going to be at that first page. But we SEO, we have come to discover some few major ones that will actually impact your rankings on Google. And as I said here, you have to have a quality human rating content. Google is prioritizing quality content. And of course, it has to be human rating. Now, a lot of people are using AI. AI is not bad to write content. I've tested with AI, provided that it's providing value to their user, they don't really care. But once there's a traces of a lot of AI on your website, Google doesn't really take it as a very priority like that. So you need to actually know how to mix. What I advise people is that 50-50. So maybe if you can do it, if you have the luxury of time to do it, your human rating content will be 70%, while AI content will be 30%. And of course, relevant keywords. We're going to be talking about all these one by one as we go on through the training. Alright? So relevant keywords, as I said, of course, most people are searching for something on Google. If you search for how to start a blog now, you are expected to see how to search. You are expected to see blogging articles. You are not expected to see anything apart from blogging articles. Google have done that in a way. So if you are writing an article, you need to make sure you know the keywords before writing. You need to know what people are actually searching if you want to drive traffic to Google. If you don't want to drive traffic to Google, it doesn't matter. But if you are concerned about driving traffic to Google, you need to know the relevant keywords of your website. You get the idea of what I'm saying? So, and of course, the page speed and core web vitals. This is technical SEO. How fast your website. This is very important because, of course, if you have all those off page, you have good links, and your website is still slow to enter, it's a bad experience for their users, and they will just push you down and push someone that his website is kind of fast. So you need to actually understand this as well. And I said here as well, mobile friendliness. Mobile friendliness. So what I mean is that your website has to be mobile friendly. If your website is very hard for people to go to your mobile and they're just bouncing back, it's a bad experience for Google. Google can actually track heavy activities going on your website. They can track how many hours, how many minutes someone is spending on your website. So you need to make sure that you are doing the best stuff for your users that are coming on the website. And I said backlinks and social signals. That's the recommendation I talked about. Google recommending your website. People recommending your website so that Google can know that this person is actually providing good results. Do you get the idea of what I'm saying? And of course, website security. Definitely, you don't want your website to be unsecured. Not secure. You don't want it to be not secure because, of course, if your website is not secure, you should know that people want to put their cards or read because it's not secure. They are afraid of you stealing their information. And apart from that, Google doesn't bring out results that is not secured on the first page. It's very rare for Google to bring a result that is, unless Google doesn't know that result, that website was not secured at the moment they index the page. So if they know that the website is not secure, they will not push it on the page one. So the reason why most people, and you'll be surprised that there are some websites that are not secured. So you make sure that your website is secure. Now there are a lot of factors, as I've said. There are a lot of factors that determine how far or how well your website is going to be ranked on the first page of Google. But these major stuffs are stuff that is going to help you. They are the minimum stuff that actually get results. Because you don't have to do everything Google says. You just have to do some major points and rank your website. So SEO is not complicated, SEO is not hard. You understand everything I've been talking about as I continue the training. So just make sure that you are following me, right? So we are going to be moving on to each of this stuff now. We're going to be moving on to introduction to keywords, keyword research, and the likes. Because for you to understand how SEO works, and for you to understand search engine optimization, you need to know the phrases, how to find the phrases that people are actually looking for. If you don't know how to do that, then you don't know SEO, because you are just doing work blind. You don't want to work blindly. You get the idea now. So, as I was saying, so this is the first thing you're going to do. You just have to go to Ubersuggest and type any keywords you're looking for, right? So let's say, for example, I want to search for maybe cleaning service in Lagos. You want to know how many people are looking for cleaning service in Lagos. So you can see about 1,300 people are looking for cleaning service in Lagos. So that's the first thing. Now that is the first thing you're gonna do. What I used to tell my people, right, is that just search for, assuming you've discovered, okay, about 1,300 people are looking for this keyword. What I do is I just copy and paste it, right? And look at the first website, the first major website. You can see all of the websites now ranking on the first page of Google. Okay, so just do the research from start. So all these keyword phrases that people type in on Google, that's what we call keywords. Now there are some we call short tail keyword, long tail keyword. I explained it here. I said, for example, now short tail keyword is marketing. If you search marketing now on Google, it's very broad. You don't know whether you're looking for marketing agency or you want to learn about marketing. So for SEO, we don't actually target the keyword marketing. What we target is the specific keyword, long tail keyword. So we focus on more than 2 words. People are likely to type digital marketing agency in Lagos and just type marketing. So we try to track, we try to use long tail keyword as our SEO so that we are targeting the exact keyword that people are actually looking for. Alright, so for example, now if you search for data marketing agency now, data marketing agency in Lagos, I don't know how many keywords are looking for, but we're going to look at it. Okay, you can see that about 480 people are looking for this keyword. So what does that say? It's more easier for me to look to target, because this is more specific. So you need to make sure that's why we focus on long tail keyword. And also long tail keyword is more easier for you to rank than just marketing, because marketing is a very broad one. If you search marketing now, you see a lot of big websites that have been you see a lot of big websites on that page one. All right, it's very big, it's not that specific. So you should not target keywords that are very big to rank for. Start with something little keywords that is not that competitive, because all those short tail keywords, which is general keywords, are always very competitive. You get the idea now. So as a long tail keyword will give you less traffic, but higher conversion. You understand that point? So now we have a lot of keywords type. We have different type of keywords type by intent. For example, now we have the informational keyword. Now, informational keyword is more like you want to learn what SEO is. For example, what is SEO? If you search what is SEO now, you're going to get the definition of what SEO is. Everything you're going to be seeing on that page is information. Now, you can see all the stuff you're going to be seeing is what is SEO, what is SEO. You can see all this stuff. Or the page one is about explaining what SEO is actually about. You get the idea? Let me cancel this tab. Okay. So, what is SEO? So, that is the informational website, and most informational websites, they have this. That's all those AI can actually answer. That's why Google doesn't really like website that is not that authoritative and just writing about content, informations, all these questions stuff now, because there are AIs that can answer them fast. That's why most informational keywords we have AI overviews, just to give a summary of what you are looking for. That you get the idea now. So that's it now. And we have what navigation. For example, you want to look at a particular website, Nike official and Jumia websites. You get the idea. Let's say maybe you don't know Jumia website, you can just search Jumia websites. You're going to bring out Jumia website. So that's the navigational keyword. So those are intents, like you're looking for a direction to a particular stuff on Google. And then we have commercial keyword. Now, these two might be interchangeable, the commercial and transactional. These two might be interchangeable, but the reason why I put it as different, because commercial is best of the best SEO tool 2025, best SEO company 2025. You get it. But transactional, it's more like you want to buy, buy beds, buy laptops, buy lands. You get it. Those are transactional. That person, for them to even conclude that buy alone is a very, it's a very high keyword that most people even rank for on, when you're running Google Ads. So keywords by this, they have a lot of intents. They have a lot of, so as an SEO, you need to know what you're actually tracking, what you're actually trying to optimize for. You get it now. So for you to get results, if you are working with a real estate website, that means you're going to be working with maybe commercial and transformer. Now, what I do, right, on some of my clients is that I had all these top 3 informational websites, content. I post about how to buy lands, all those information that will be helpful. We're not just selling to them, we're just providing value. And also we had commercial best real estate companies in Lagos 2025. We list about 10 of them, and then we had it our own as one of the top 10. And then we have transactional, buy land. Those are major sales landing pages. We optimize for that. So we can mix them on your website, but you need to understand the intent. Most people, what they do is that when they hire them, what they are just doing is ranking for information. And most people will just be looking, don't want to be you don't want to be attracting only people that are coming to your website just to find an information and not to buy. It's very bad. It's bad for business. That's why you need to mix and then see, okay, what can we actually track that will get those results as well. All these stuffs, you don't even need to know it. You get it, all those blah blah blah. If you can reverse engineer what your competitors are doing, you get what is working with them. You get the idea. So I'm going to talk about that next, right? And when we have LSI keywords, LSI are just like latent semantic indexing. So those are keywords that are related to your phrase. For example, now when we search for buying land for sale now, all right, we saw this, but we say buy land or buy land. You can see we saw this as well. So what does this say? This just says that Google can actually understand the phrases. They can look at the related word that you are typing. For example, now Google can say, okay, you are looking for animals and you are using interchangeably animal and cats because it's an animal. You get the idea now. So those are LSI keywords. So in your content, you need to find some LSI related keywords that you can actually put in your content to make it more meaningful. Okay, so I gave some example here. So they help Google understand contents better. That's just what LSI means. Because, for example, now let's say you want to rank for digital marketing agency in Lagos. That's your main keyword. That's your permanent keyword. You need to actually find related LSIs. You can ask ChatGPT to even give you LSI keywords relating to this permanent category. So that's how you can rank for multiple keywords, but don't be too broad about that. So example is, for example, beaches in Lagos. LSI keywords might be like Lekki Beach, Lagos, best private beaches in Lagos, Takwa Bay, Beach and Reef, related keywords. And you can do the research by what people, just as I said, just start from the beginning, just search, okay, Once you start, you're going to look at, okay, look at this article and look at some of the stuff they wrote. If you see what they wrote, you can just make yours better. That's it. Don't think about thinking from your head. As an SEO, you are a marketer. A marketer doesn't just think from their head. They think with data, the data they have. So start with data, right? So that's LSI keyword. So for your content to be meaningful, you have to make sure that LSI are actually there as well. Okay, so we have singular and plural keywords. Yes, for sometimes one letter can, because sometimes one letter can change everything. For example, now if you search for hotel in Lagos, lower competition, hotel in Lagos, higher competition. So always put variation during keyword research. Do you get the idea? Now there's a client of mine, like if you search for land for sale in Lagos, land for sale in Lagos. Okay, this is my client, right? But let's say I type lands for sale. Yeah, okay, that's it on number 8, but I think this one was number 7. Okay, then one number 8 is because Google actually cache up them. They are becoming authoritative website. But if your website is just coming up, you are just starting, it's good, it's very okay for you to know the singular and the plural keywords that you have, right? So how do you brainstorm keywords? Because we know that we've talked about that SEO starts with keywords. How do you now brainstorm the keywords? A client comes to meet you and say they want to rank their website on the first page on Google. And what are they ranking for? Maybe they are in the cleaning service and they want to rank, and their office maybe in Lagos, and they want to rank for cleaning service in Lagos, right? You've done your research, so that okay, about 400 people are looking for cleaning service in Lagos. How can you expand all this? Okay, what I said, I always say is this: just look for what people are doing. That's what I have said. So build keywords list manually before even using tools. You get it, what I'm trying to say here. You don't have to use tools for everything. Just have a simple idea of what your customers are actually looking for, and then use tools to actually, okay, these are some keywords I have, used to expand them. You can even tell ChatGPT to give you more tools relating to this cleaning service, and it will give you very well, right? Now there are 4 keyword factors in there are 4 key factors in keyword research. I said here that when picking keywords, always check the volume. How many people are looking for that volume? You're not just trying to rank for websites that people are not looking for. That's the first thing. You might be surprised that a lot of people are not looking for it. There was a client that came to us. He wanted to rank for a keyword in UK, and when we do that search, we realize that some people are not even looking for it. You get the idea? Let me show you an example. Right? We start for cleaning service in this city. Let's see. 0 people are looking for this people in that place. So let's imagine that you did not do your research and you are trying to rank for this. You are wasting your time. You won't get much results. As someone that knows the volume of the keyword, the volume of how many people are looking for that keyword. And then we talk about the competition. Yes, competition. How hard it is to rank. If your website is still new, if your website is still 3 months to 6 months, you do not focus on hard competitive keywords. Don't focus on hard competitive keywords. For example, now if it's focus, for example, cleaning service and cleaning service in Lagos are 2 different things. Cleaning service is a very broad keyword because, of course, unless Google sometimes bring results from your local, places. But if you want to get results with SEO, you need to know how competitive. And to be said, most of the SEO tools you're going to be using, they'll give you how competitive this key. You can see this one is very low. What I tell my students is that they should focus on keywords that have difficulty from 0 to maybe 30, right? So for example, let's say cleaning service in Lagos, what is the but you can see, okay, cleaning service is like, okay, it's bringing some suggestions, okay. So cleaning service in Lagos, okay, sorry, I put the location wrong. Let me put Nigeria. Nigeria. So you can see that, okay, I don't think this is correct anyway. So I mean, that's why you should not just focus on most SEO tools. This Ubersuggest is good. You can give, what I use it to do is just look at the pages that is driving my competitor traffic, and then maybe the volume and likes. So I don't really waste time on SEO this, but you that are just starting, you should just focus on keywords that is not that competitive. All right. And then I said relevancy, right? Must fit your exact business. You're not just ranking anything that does not fit your business. Google takes it as spamming. You understand? Google takes it as spamming if you're trying to, if your business is into real estate and you're trying to write about cats, it's not related. That's why you have to write things that are related to your business. The more you create pages, the more you write content relating to your business, the more your relevancy increases. The more Google know that, okay, this person is know more about this business than this person that doesn't know, that is just writing blindly. You get the idea now. So you have to make sure that every article you are writing, every page you are putting on are relevant to. Don't just try to drive traffic. There are people that, they just write articles that is not really related to what they are, just to drive traffic. It's not a good SEO practice, because unless you are an authority, if you become an authority website, now you can write whatever you like and Google will still pick you. But if you are just starting on, just for the first 3 months or 6 months, make sure you are focusing on a particular niche. Then afterwards, you can now expand. And then if you want to write an article, of course, you want to focus, is it rising or dying? Now, I don't really use this stuff because there's some evergreen, it depends on the niche where you are. For example, if you're in a crypto niche now, all those, there's diversities there. So there might be some low and rise, some coins not working right and right. So you need to actually check the trend before you write an article. If your stuff is more like, it's not an evergreen content. Evergreen, that I mean is that it doesn't change with time. It's evergreen. It takes years before it can even change. You get the idea now. So knowing these 4 factors, why doing your keyword research is actually important. Correct? Correct. Let's continue. Now, before you now continue, I want to talk about content strategy. Of course, what is content strategy? If you don't know our research, we now want to talk about the content that we are putting out. Now, content doesn't mean writing blog posts alone. It can also mean optimizing the home page of your website, optimizing the pages of your website analyze. You get the idea? What I mean is that, people think that writing content is all about a blog post, posting posts, putting posts on your website. That's not only what it means. It can also mean you optimizing your page in a way that Google can find it easily. Okay, I'm going to be explaining how as well. Now, as I said, there are some pieces of content that you need to know. Your keywords will drive content creation. So, as I said, the step here, pick target keyword for each page. So, for example, now you might want to create different pages for, let's say, for real estate company. Now, you might want to create pages for, land for sale in Lekki, land for sale in Ekpe, land for sale in Ikeja. All those pages have different keywords that they're targeting. So each page must have their own keyword. And I said, also research competitor content. You need to know what your competitors are writing. If your competitor is on page 1, you need to just do similar stuff as your competitor. And I said, write something better, longer, more valuable. That's it. That's it. If you've done your research, you know that, okay, for example, let's say, for example, I searched for land for sale and I click on this one. So what I saw is that I saw this person put the description and likes. So I look at the volume as well. I look at this person has more than 3,000 words. I don't look at all of stuff most of the time, but if they're on page one, they are likely doing something right in front of Google. So we just need to replicate that to get similar results. So that's what I mean by add something better, longer, and more valuable to the users, right? And also add multimedia, images, videos, infographics. Now, images, if you realize that, okay, for your real estate now, you see that these people put images in there, so that means you have to put images on in your own as well. So if your competitor is doing similar stuff, just do similar stuff like them. That's just how this works. So the goal is just to become the best answer on Google. That's the goal. That's what you are trying to achieve. You get the idea? Exactly. Now, there are a lot of stuff I'm going to be talking about one by one. Content length. Study shows that longer content, 1,500 words, ranks better, but quality is always greater than quantity. What I mean is that before, if you had more content, people believe that at 500 words is good enough. But if someone writes about 1,000 words on a particular topic that you wrote, Google, which is not human, is a bot, it's a search bot, might think the person have more explanation to give than you. That's why if you go to most on the pages on the fourth page, it's either they are very authoritative website or have more than one content. Most websites pages on page one, they have at more than 500 words. So if you want to do same thing related to anything, make sure that make sure you create content longer. So I tell students, I tell my people that if you really want to do well, your own page, if you go to the home page of this website, the home page is when you click on Nigeria property, you see, okay, this one I have 745, more than 500 words, okay, I have more than 700, but it has a lot of links. So a minimum of 500 words on your own page is good. You get the idea? So content length has to be minimum of 500 words. Sometimes if you want to do it better, you can target 1,500 words just to make it just to show you to Google that, okay, Google, I'm kind of looking at, we are not sure that Google actually look at the content length, but we know that most contents that have more than 500 or more than 1,000 words rank on the first page of Google, or are on the first page of Google. Or let me say 90% of websites on the first page of Google have more than 500 words. So because of the data that we have, we tend to provide like, okay, let your content have more than 500 words, to start doing well. Now, I said content distribution. Publishing is not enough. You have to promote your content to social media, email, Quora, guest posts, influential collaboration, and the like. So this visibility will help you get more clicks and backlinks. All right, okay. So the content strategy checklist I put here is that keyword assigned to each page. Content matches search intent. The intent, if you remember the keywords by intent, we're talking about the information and the commercial, navigation, the transactional. So the content must match the keyword, the search intent. So if someone is coming out to look for what is SEO, what you are trying to tell the person is more of SEO. It's not that you come and spy immediately. Although you can add what you are selling at the medium of your content, but you must have provided value to the user before you now start selling. And I said include LSL and the related time, LSL related semantic indexing, right? So make sure you put all those related keywords in your articles. All right. Okay. So structure with headings. Of course, you need to make sure your content is structured properly with headings. Most of the content you will see on the page one are appropriate headings. So make sure that they are structured with headings. You know how heading is? Headings, when we go to our pages, so we're going to talk about headings very well. So you need to make sure that you structure your content with structured headings, right? So make sure you optimize for length and value. So the reason why I say length and value is that you're not just writing anything, you're not just hiding things to compile words together, you're adding value as you write. You get the idea. And also you need to update regularly. So maybe there's some information that you need to add. After like a year, you can add it because Google actually likes fresh content. So if you feel your information, the content you have published on your website is not that updated, it's not accurate, as of now, you can just go on and update it. And also promote your content across multiple channels. So content plus keywords equal to SEO sources. So the content plus keywords plus your backlinks is equals to our SEO sources. So you need to actually know all these top factors very well to actually do well with SEO. There are some SEO tools we're going to be talking about to do all this SEO. We've talked about the Ubersuggest, right? There's one we call Google Keyword Planner. I'm going to log into my Google Keyword Planner to just search for Google Ads now. So you're just going to search for Google Ads now. You can access your Google Keyword Planner with your Google Ads. So I'm going to use an example of one of my accounts. Okay, so it's going to, okay. So you're going to see this, and then you go to tools, right? Just go to tools here, and you're going to see something like, Keyword Planner. Okay, and you see these two stuff: discover new keywords, get search volume, blah blah blah. Now, if you have not been running ads with Google Ads, I've not been running ads with this account with Google Ads. So if you have not been running ads with Google Ads, they will just give you the ranges in between it. So for example, let's say I click on this. Let's say I search for makeup artist, in Ikeja. Sorry, makeup artist in Ikeja. Now the location is Nigeria. You can just leave it as default and just click on get results. So it's going to give me the estimates, the ranges that we have for this keyword. You can see makeup artists in Kenya, about 10 to 100 people. It's not giving me specific, but the moment you can see to get more detailed statistics on a campaign, the moment you start running ads on your Google Ads account, it will give you the specific keyword. Even though the keyword planner is kind of limited, but it's something that can save you from paying for tools. So we have the makeup studio, makeup artist Ikeja, 100. Makeup studio. Now see this one now, makeup artist Ikeja. This is a very good one that we can actually use as well. So once you can use this keyword planner to know the keywords you are ranking for, and you can even use a competitor's website and paste. For example, I can paste this website and put copy, right? Discover and start with the website and paste. So what it does is that it will give me all the pages, all the keywords that is ranking for these pages, right? You can see. Okay. So you can see apartments for blah blah. So it gave me more than 1,000 keywords that we can actually use, for our website as well. Just that it's not giving me, the exact volume. Now, of course, it won't give me everything. Apartments for rent in Lagos. Let's search. You can see my client. This is my clients. This is a client that I help to optimize their website. So they're ranking on number 6. We're even competing with a very big website. So we applied everything I'm teaching you in this training to do that as well. Okay, so you can use Google Keyword Planner to do your keyword research. It's free, cheap, it won't cost you anything. Now they might ask you to create an account, so you can create your account with that, right? So what I mean is they might ask you to create an account before you start using Google Keyword Planner, so you just create an account, right? Then I've talked about Ubersuggest. It's created by Neil Patel, so it's beginner friendly. It shows you the keyword, volume, difficulty, whatever, and the cost is like $12. It's like 20,000 in Nigeria currency per month. It's kind of free. It's something that you can get started with if you are just starting. What I like about Ubersuggest is that even though I'm not, because all these SEO tools, they just give us the possibility. They don't really give us the result, because if you use an Ubersuggest, let's say for makeup artists in Kenya now, there's some people that are likely to be looking for maybe Ubersuggest will tell me now, okay, just just 100 people are looking for makeup artists in Kenya. Why, if you use SEMrush, they might be okay, it's only 50 people that. So all those keywords, all those SEO tools don't really give us the exact one. Just so use it as just like you want to have an estimate of what people are looking for. Don't take it as an exact. So don't give it as an exact volume. I talk about SEMrush. It is one of the best tools. I've used SEMrush before. You go to SEMrush. Now SEMrush is quite expensive, but it does the work. But if you're a beginner SEO and you can afford all these SEMrush tools or Ahrefs too, you can use this. You can use this. So that's it. So this SEMrush, if you check the pricing, is quite on the high side. So if you don't have the budget, you don't really need to use all these SEO tools, except you are doing for a big client or a big project that you can, because these have a lot of data that you can use. It is quite updated, unlike Ubersuggest and like. So I kind of really like these two, but if you have if you are just starting, you can use Ubersuggest or even use Google Keyword Planner to start and see how your website. Don't let anything limit you. Don't let anything stop you from testing, working out anything you can do to get results. Right? So as I said, SEMrush is good. It gives you domain and keyword research. It's to give you backlink analysis, like how strong the backlink of your competitor is. Competitor analysis, keyword magic to 1,000 of keyword ideas. You get the idea now. So even Ubersuggest can give you 1,000 of keyword ideas. Right? If you search for, let's say you search for makeup artists Ikeja, like we did on that Google Keyword Planner. So this one is just going to give me the exact one, unlike the Google Keyword Planner that gave me the estimate of what people are looking for. It shows me now that 140 people are looking for it. Now, it kind of give us keyword, you can see keyword ideas for. I want to cancel this loading. So let's say makeup artist. Kenya. So it's going to give me a lot of keyword ideas that we can say makeup artist requirements, makeup artist per hour, makeup artist in Kenya. Now, can I see it gave me the volume as well. This one can show me the intent. It's taking time to load. Anyway, so you can see the commercial intent that we talked about. So this is just like you can give a lot of keyword ideas that you can even tell ChatGPT to give you the keyword ideas that relates into this keyword as well. Okay, so and I use Google Trends. Just go to trends.google to look at how many people. When we started blogging, most of us we use Google Trends to even before these SEO tools came up, we were using Google Trends to do research. That's the fact. We don't even know, but what about trends, Google Trends, that it doesn't really tell us the real stuff. It just gives us, okay, this one is a breakout. Okay, more people are searching for it. For example, now as I'm recording this video, you can see more people. You see a lot of trending now. If you click on, you can see is the URL is Geo Nigeria, so it's only bring, so more people are looking for Man United, Burnley, Tottenham, blah 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 blah. So you yourself can also search for that, right? In the past 24 hours. Let's say, for example, you search for makeup artists, Ikeja. It's going to give you some of the stuff. You can see this. Let me change it to Nigeria. Again, past day, you can see the volume. Let me see past 7 days. Let me see past 7 days. It's not, the reason why this one is because the volume is kind of high. I mean, it's kind of low. But let's say you are looking for land for sale. Let's look for, like, for the past 7 days. Let's look at how many people. Okay, more people in Lagos are looking for us for sale, and let's say last part, that is. So you can actually use, you can see the slope, land for sale. You can see the slope. So you can use this metric to actually determine, you can say property for sale. Now more people are looking for properties for sale instead of land for sale. It's giving you more, more information about what you're looking for. You can see property for sale in Lagos. You can see +1. So we can actually optimize. You can find queries of what people are looking for here, and use it to optimize our content. You can see +120. That means kind of going high and high. Okay, so that's Google Trends. That's Google Trends, right? So you can track how the popularity of a keyword over time. Even if you are in the e-commerce industry as well, you can know the trends of a particular product or particular situations. So you can compare multiple keywords, see keyword spike, seasonal spike, Valentine gift in February, avoid declining times. Now, this depends on the industry you are writing. If your industry is work with trending stuff, that means you need to be working effectively with Google Trends. Just see how well people are looking for this stuff at the moment, right? Because this gives you the 24-hour, past 24-hour limit, or last 7 days, last 3 months, last 6 months. So it's good if your website is actually onto that to to determine that, right? So now there are a lot of keyword research, keyword selection rules. Okay, as I said, 2 to 3 keywords per page, maximum 4. Don't overstuff. So let's say, for example, your keyword is you pick cleaning service in Lagos. Make sure that the keyword you are picking or you are choosing that is related is not much, because the more unless your keyword is, your content is kind of like 10,000 words. But if you're writing about 1,000 words, make sure that your keyword have this limit, 2-3 keywords, maximum is 4. As I said, unique keyword for each page. Home page is the strongest keyword. That means that what? Let's look at this home page of a particular client, Nigeria property. Now, what's the keyword they are targeting here? So the keyword they are targeting here is, let me refresh. So the keyword they are targeting here is real estate and property. So this one will contain the most comprehensive keyword. It's the most giant one, real estate and property in Nigeria for sale and rent. So you get the idea now. So they are targeting real estate, property for sale in Nigeria. So your home page will have the strongest link. Your home page will be like, the parents page. We call it the parents page. Why the other pages are like child pages. You get the idea now. So that's it, right? So always balance volume, competition, relevance, and trend, as I've said, as explained before. So treat keywords like assets. Assign each to the right page. Don't just confuse yourself. Where you have to put land for sale page, land for sale keywords, don't go and be putting out for rent. You understand? Don't confuse Google algorithms, because these people are not people. Even though it's similar, this search bot is not a person, it's a bot. So you need to look at what you are writing and look at the relevances of it. So make sure that you are not mixing keywords together just for you to rank. A lot of people do keyword stuffing. Don't stuff your page anyhow. Don't put a lot of content on your blog, on your blog post. It's bad. Okay. Now I've talked about this. I've given you an example of this before. Now let's talk about the search engine result page. Okay, so we want to talk about search engine result page. When you search, let's search for something right now. When you search, Google is going to show you something like that. Now, as at the time I'm recording this video on mobile, I'm not sure. Let me try to bring it. Land for sale. On mobile, you can see right now Google actually showing AI mode. That means if you click on AI mode now, it's going to be giving you all this stuff. So right now AI mode is so Google have added another tab, AI mode, to the search page results. So before we used to have all images like how we have it here, all images, short videos, news videos, web, more stuff. Now we used to, as an SEO, what we prioritize is this all and the images, right? So we have all this stuff there. So we have website, images, video, news, maps, shopping, feature snippet. People also ask, we have AI overview now. SERP has evolved, not just LinkedIn, and optimize for rich results and AI answers. Okay, so I want to show you. So make sure that you're optimizing for this. So if you're writing an informational content, an informational article, make sure that you are writing in a way that you're answering people's questions. Don't just write anyhow now. Right now, AI, if you want AI to suggest you to their audience, or to recommend you to their audience, you need to make sure you're answering questions instead of just writing anyhow. Because we're in the AI age now. Instead of asking what is a car is so. You are now talking about what is the car. You're talking about different stuff that doesn't make sense. You understand? So you have to be short and direct right now in your article. Okay. So we have all these search pages. We have these short videos. People doing content. On your Instagram. So Google is actually Instagram is now showing more on Google search right now. We have news. We have videos. We have a lot. Right? We have a lot. We have maps, books, freelance, forums. As it be, right? We have videos. These are YouTube videos that is going to be showing. So it's a way for you to even get results. You can see about 617,000 results. So it's a way for you to even get more traffic from people. You'll be surprised that most people actually clicks on the images. If you go to our search console, let me go to our search console, you'll see a number of people clicking from this image section. All right, let me you see a lot of people clicking from the image section. Let me look at show post code. I'm going to filter by and we'll filter by image. In the past 3 months, see about 88 people click from the image. So most people, and this website is just like let's look at one of my clients. So most people click on what? Let's see the image. You can see in the last 3 months, more than 8,000 people have clicked on from the image. So you need to optimize. That's why we talk about the image SEO, optimizing your website for image SEO. Right? It's very important. So we have the AI overviews right now. So if you're looking for informational content, you're going to be seeing more AI overviews if it's informational. And for example, let's say you search for what is SEO now. You're going to be seeing like an AI overview right now, just giving you a summary of what AI is all about. The reason why Google incorporate this is because we are in the AI age now, and most people are using AI, so they don't want to be left behind. They want to provide the best users. They want to provide the best users for their. They want to provide the best answer for their users. So that's why we have this stuff, right? Okay, we've learned different SEO techniques, but how does Google? Okay, we've talked about it. So we've learned different SEO techniques, but how does Google actually measure if your site is sound so that it doesn't just look at backlinks and keywords, also studies on how people behave on your site. You get it? We've talked about the on-page, we have talked about the off-page, we talked about keywords. But Google doesn't only look at this, they look at the performance of your users on your website. Because if Google send you a visitor, if Google send you a referral, let's say for example you send a referral to someone and the person didn't treat the person right, or the person treats, sir, as a business owner, sometimes you ask the person, did they do you well? Let's say you refer someone to a business owner to buy something, then you're asking the person, did they do you well? Google looks at that as well. So you need to make sure that what you are doing, you're providing people best user experience. Okay, there are a lot of ranking factors for user experience here. Google look at the bounce rate. Okay, bounce rate means how many people landed on your website and leave without taking action. So of course, if you land on a website and you leave immediately, that's a very bad experience, except maybe you find your answer and you just get back. And now how many seconds you spend on your website will determine. You get the idea now. So high bounce rate is equal to bad UX. That means that maybe the person was not performing the best answer, or the person is not, giving a good information about what they are looking for. Google takes it at this page is in F4. That's it. So if your bounce rate is actually increasing. Now, there's a lot of people that say Google doesn't really look at that. But of course, you as an SEO, you want to make sure that if you're increasing bounce rate, if your website, most people are just going, you're having more than 90% bounce rate, it's very bad. You have at least maybe 40%. 40% is still good. Okay, like me, that means that 60% are still, doing them. So the solution, as I said, is add clickable option early, internal links in header or footer, engaging content above the fold, every stuff. That means engaging content above the fold is that you make sure that you attract them. For example, now let's say you search for what is SEO right now. Then you're gonna when you click on the first page, let's look at how they hook us. SEO stands for search engine. You can see they immediately start explaining. They're not just going to do blah 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 blah. SEO stands for search engine optimization and helps search engine optimize your website content and connect with user. That's it. Now the goal of SEO, you can see how the explanation now. They now start breaking down what SEO is and the likes. But if you have started, how is SEO? Let's say, for example, which doesn't. That's why I said always know what other people are writing about. And let's say you want to write about SEO and ask you, how is SEO different from SEM? It doesn't really answer that person's query. It doesn't really. So you can see how they started. SEO immediately they started the explanation. So it hooks, it engages them. It makes them engaged. Okay, this person has the information I'm looking for. Let me continue reading. You get the idea now. So you need to make sure that you have engaging content above the first paragraph of what you are writing. The dwell time, of course, how long a visitor stays before returning to search results. Of course, content. If more people spend more longer time on your website, that means that your content is useful. If they spend lower time, that means that content fails. So improve it with quality, relevant, and engaging content. Okay. So the CTR as well. course, this is actually important as well right now, because let's say about 1,000 people, you have about 1,000 impressions and you're having very low people, maybe about 1 people clicking. It's a very bad experience. It's a very bad thing to Google. It might mean that, okay, maybe the person is not doing the right thing. So what you can do, for example, I said here is if 100 people see your site and 15 click, that's 15% increase. So how do you increase CTR? Make sure your title is catchy. You have a compelling meta description, and you have a good match user intent. Okay, so for example, now when we search for what is SEO right now, what is SEO? The question of what you ask is in the title. What is SEO? They know that most people are asking for what is SEO. If you go and look for maybe on the page 7, okay, 5 ways to improve your site ranking. You understand? Now, 5 ways to increase your right rank is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for what is it. So make sure that your title describe what people are looking for, so that they can click and go to your website. Do you get the idea now? Exactly. Okay. Yeah. So that's all about the keyword research and the SEO tools. So we're going to be talking about the on-page SEO next. Now, we talk about introduction to SEO. We've talked about keyword research and content strategy. They want to move on to the on-page SEO. On-page SEO, right? So let's get started. Is on-page SEO, right? So we're going to be talking about the on-page. When we talk about different types of SEO, we mention on-page SEO, we mention off-page, we mention a lot of factors. We're going to now be talking about the major, things that actually move SEO, so that you can get the result, right? So now, what is on-page SEO? As I said, the work you do inside your website to make it rank. Everything you are doing within your website to make sure that it rank. Putting your making sure that the most important pages on your website are easily found, making it easier for people to go through, making the content you are posting on your website, making it looks good in front of people, right? So that is on-page SEO. And I said I mentioned here that it's used for optimizing content. You can use fix technical issue, improve user experience. Okay, think of it as decorating your own house. So guests, that's use Google plus visitors enjoy stating. So everything you do within your website to make it interesting, to make it more valuable to the users that are coming on the page, that is what we call on-page SEO, right? So there are some key elements of off-page SEO. We have the SEO tag and we have the title tags. Now this title tags means the SEO title tags, right? For example, now when you search for SEO training in Lagos, right? When you search for SEO training in Lagos, now this is what we call this is the title tag, is what shows to people when they search for a query. And you can see that the keyword, now we've talked about the keyword. Now the keyword is on this place. It's on the SEO title. So you need to make sure that the SEO title is on there. The keyword is in your SEO title. After you have done your research, make sure that the keywords is there. Alright, and then also we talked about the meta description. This is the meta description. Now the meta description, Google doesn't actually pick meta description that it shows. Some years ago, Google will pick the meta description that you actually pick. But right now, Google just pick the one that they feel it best answers according to your users, according to a lot of factors, right? Google just pick the one that they best think that is fits. You understand? Now this title and the meta description is what we actually show to Google before they now click on it, right? So that is your SEO title, and then we have the headings. Now if you go into your website, the headings is mostly, if you are using WordPress website, the headings is mostly your title. You understand? your title. Like this one now will be your heading. This is the H1. The H1 represents the title according to SEO. So this title, like for example, these are SEO syllables. Now this is the title. This is the H1. So on this you understand. So this actually is how the title will have the H1. If you check the tool I'm using, the extension I'm using, you will see all these headings here. Is it loading? Let me just refresh. Let me see. So once I refresh, I'm going to see some headings here. And you see how it structured. You can see headings. You have the word counts. We've talked about the content length before. So this is the word count. You can see how this H1, H2, H3, H2. So that actually makes your page more informative, more valuable to the people that is visiting it, and also for Google to actually understand what that page is all about. Because most time, Google just scans through most of your headlines fast. That's why you need to have headlines H1, H2, H3. Now we have H1 to H6. We have H1 to H6 on what is it called, on a page. So every page must have single H1. That's the best on-page SEO practice, because Google looks at the headline to describe what your page is all about. So the anything you are writing must have an H1. You get the idea now. So URL structure is this, the keyword. If you remember, if you check out now, let me say what is SEO. Let me search for what is SEO. What is SEO? Now you can see the keyword here. What is SEO now? What is SEO? You can see that the keyword is in their URL. The URL. There's some people that, if you check maybe on page 7 now, there are some people that don't really put the URL in their it doesn't mean that it means a lot. It's just that wants to make sure URL short and have the keyword is more good for Google to clearly understand what your page is all about. That's why you get it. So for Google for search bar, that's Google search bar, to quickly understand what your page is all about, you need to make sure that you are doing all these factors. You are make sure that your URL is short and it's URL and SEO friendly. That means it contains the keyword you are ranking for. And then we have the content optimization. That means we're going to be talking about each of these. I just want to give you a summary. So content optimization is more like optimizing your content, the content on your website, the content, putting the keyword. For example, now the keyword here is SEO syllabus. Now if you search for SEO syllabus, okay, you see that Nivedigital is here. You see that Nivedigital is here. Let's say in Nigeria. Let me just put in Nigeria. You see, okay, you see that Nigeria is Nivedigital Academy. Our academy is at number 1. So this, you can see, if you check the content in between, we kind of put SEO syllabus in within the content. If you search SEO syllabus now, it appears like 3 times in within the website, and I make sure that it talks about more. It mentions more of syllables. You can see SEO core syllables. You get the idea. So about 5 times, syllabus appear like 5 times on the website. You get the idea. Yeah, so the next one we're going to be talking about is the internal linking. Now, internal linking is, when you link to a supporting page. For example, let's say you're traveling, you're talking about maybe how to travel abroad, and then you're telling people that, okay, they can read more information on how to travel to UK. That is internal linking. You are linking to a supporting page, you understand, so that I can support it. Maybe from the home page. Let me show you a good example. Internal links can be within the home. It can be within the menu or within the body of your content. Let me show you an example. Jumia does this very well. If you go to Jumia, All these stuffs are internal links. They're linked into a page. All these stuffs are called internal link. It doesn't have to be within the content to make it an internal link. Okay, if you go down here now, you scroll down their article, you can see all this stuff linking to their other products, other categories. For example, this one is linking to maybe Nivea store. This one is linking to Fragrance. This is on their homepage, so it's helping less supporting pages, or it's helping pages that they wanted to do well. You are transferring link trees to it. So this part is actually good it's actually good to make sure that your SEO perform well. Okay, and then talk about images and alt text. Now this alt text is more like alternative text, putting an alternative text to your post. If you go on your website now, you are using WordPress and you upload an image. Now that image, they're going to ask you, to alt text it. Do you want to have an alternative? I'm going to be showing you an example right now. Let's say, for example, I go on to, where's the dashboard? This is the dashboard. Let's say I go on to image. Now this is WordPress. So if you are using other software, but you see an alternative, you always see, once you upload an image, they'll ask you, even Facebook has this. Facebook has, if you upload an image to Facebook, they'll ask you, what does this page mean? What does this image mean? So that's the alternative step. And it's what happens for your website, for your content to show in the image section on Google search. Let me show you an example. Let's say, for example, when you search for house for the rent in Lagos, the major reason why most of the content are showing is because they have added an alternative text to the image. You get the idea, so that you can show when someone is searching for. For example, now if you go on this page now, please remember, I'm not affiliated with all this private property. I'm just giving you an example, right? So let's say if you go on to this website, you see that this is majorly out for rent. It's out for rent, and it's showing a property which is not listed again. So that's just how it is, showing a related. So you need to make sure that your image have an alternative text. You get the idea. So you make sure that when people scroll to the image section, they can click. But if you do not optimize it, you are losing some traffic. Why? Of course, most people don't click, but just quite some people will click from the image section. Most of you have even clicked from the image section rather. So let's continue talking about each of these stuff. Let's talk about the title tags. This is the first impression of your page on Google. You get the idea. This is the first impression. So if you want to actually do SEO right, this is the first impression. This is what shows to Google what your page is all about. So that means that you have to kickstart your keywords has to be there. Your major keyword that you're targeting has to be, because that's the first thing that Google will see. You get the idea. Let me show you, okay? Because it's good to just show you how it is. Okay, so you can see we have the URL, we have this, but this title is the most important, because it's the most thing that even users will see. Most people don't even see the URL. Most people don't see the URL. It's the title, is what they see. Most of you, when you search something on your mobile, on your desktop, this is what you see. This is what you see. You get the idea. So, and you now maybe, okay, this person has what I want, and I click, but you don't see this URL. So that's why you need to first optimize for the title tags. As I said here, it has keep it under 60 characters, because if you had more characters, or you had more stuff there, you can see like this 3-, it will not show finish. It will be, because it's too long. So Google always show like 60 characters on the desktop or mobile. Okay, yeah. Now the mobile version might be quite different, but if it's longer, it will just show ... So make sure that you keep it. If you can't keep it, it's okay, but make sure that if you can keep it, make sure that it's among the 460 characters, right? So place the main keyword early. That's it. You have to make sure that if you check house for rent in Lagos, you can see the keyword is on the title. Most of the problems most people are having is SEO because they're not optimizing their SEO title properly. You see some people, they'll just put the home, they'll just put home. If you go and check down most real estate websites, most of them doesn't really even talk about, let me scroll down, I'm looking for, go to page 4. And you know that many people don't even, like this one now, properties, this person is just, the keywords is not there. That's one of the reasons why they're not really doing well. And this one that is doing well, maybe they're not doing, maybe the person is new, property spa, blah, blah, blah. Let's go to page 3. Page 3. So I want to just see, okay, like it's going to be house rentals, blah, blah, blah. So there are a lot of factors. Now we realize that people from page 1 to page 3 are actually having maybe the SEO title, they're having a keyword in their title, but there are some other factors. You know, as I said before, on-page SEO have a lot of factors. It has a lot of things that determine how well your page is going to be optimized, how it's going to rank. So if we check, like, okay, so this is my client and they are ranking on the first page of Google. So that aside, so we're going to be talking about more of that later on. So example, most people will click on, make it clickable and of course relevant to the users. An example, most people just create a page that is home and just leave it as blank as that. They have met clients that their own page is just home. They don't put an SEO type because they don't really understand this thing you are learning. This can change a lot of stuff for you, and you can see if good. Like for example, now Jumia Night, like this, we check their own SEO title. If you click on, if you just search for Jumia, all right, you see their SEO title. This is Jumia online shopping. They put their keyword on online shopping for electronics, fashion. If you go to their homepage, you see their SEO title here. You see something like, you see Jumia Nigeria online shopping for electronics. So they put their keyword, Nigerian is there, online shopping. They put their major keywords in their SEO title, making them to be findable, making them to be easily found by people looking for their websites or looking for related stuff. That's why Jumia is one of the best people doing well with SEO in Nigeria. Okay, now, so make sure that your title tags has that keyword. If you check our website as well, if you check for the SEO syllabus, I make sure that the keyword, our keyword was SEO syllabus, right? So I make sure that our keyword is the SEO syllabus, eligibility, duration, and more. You can make sure that you can add more to your keyword, but make sure that your keyword is added to your title anyhow it is. Get the idea? So make sure that it's added to the title anyhow it is. Okay? So we're going to be talking about the next one. So we have headings. As I said, when you're writing your article or you're creating a page, your pages used to have headlines. They are, whether you're a web developer, you might have known that. If you're not a web developer, you might not know that, okay? But we have headline. Most of you have written content. Let's say if you are on document now, you're going to be seeing stuff like, you're going to be seeing stuff, formats. You're going to be seeing, I'm coming. Okay, you can see we have headlines here. We have headline 1, we have headline 2, H1 to H6. This H1, for example, now let's say you write SEO syllabus, SEO duration. I can arrange this as, let's say this is SEO syllabus, sorry. SEO duration, SEO price. Now I can make this as, this is the main keyword, right? So I make this as our headline, right? And I can make this as, just like how you are creating table, I can make this as our H2. It will be under it. You can see how it's under it. I can make this as sorry, you can make that as H3. You can see how it was arranged. So from big, so this headline, according to Google, this is what Google used to actually understand what your page is. So you need to make sure you have more or just one H1, right? And you can have multiples of, you can see, so you can see how it was arranged here. You can see how it was arranged here. You can see the guideline here. You can see how it was arranged here. You can see how it was arranged here. So we have all these factors that you can actually use to determine how well your website is going to perform. So when you're creating your workflow, actually with WordPress, once you create a page, the title that you choose will be your H1. You get the idea. Most of the time, the title. So if you don't choose an SEO title, the one I would thought guys say is going to appear outside, Google will use your headline as your SEO title, right? So take note of that. So H1 is what? Is the page title. Is what? Is the page title, as I say here. H1 is the page title, only one per page. And we have the H2, H3 headline for structure. So maybe you have some other stuff that you want to add that we, for example, now let's say you search for beaches in Lagos. Beaches in Lagos. I always use beaches, all these beaches in Lagos as a good example, right? So when you search for beaches in Lagos and you use an SEO tool, you're going to see how they structure their own headlines in a very good way. So let's see, let me just check out the, you can see. So when you look at the headlines of this article, Beaches in Lagos, you're going to be seeing now this one have multiple H1. You can see it kind of brings out the SEO tool I'm using is here, Shapes SEO tool. You can see it kind of brings some indicator that this is probably sorry, this is probably not okay, this is probably not working. So you need to make sure that the SEO your headlines have one. Now if it has to, it might not actually affect it, it depends, but just stick with one headline, right? So that's first thing. So if you are writing an article, make sure that you have only one H1. If you check this, now most of the time, if you are using WordPress or almost, all those free CMS, they would have edited the stuff for you. You get the idea? They would have probably edited the stuff for you. But if you are using all those coding related stuff, it might not be easy for them to edit what you're working on. Okay, so have one H1, that's the first stuff. Have one H1, and as I said here, they have subheadings, place keywords in headings naturally. Okay, so think of headings like chapters in a book. So that's the first one. So we talk about the URL structure as well. Now this URL structure comes with like the URL you pick must be SEO friendly. I've talked about it before. As I said, it has to be short and simple. It has to be short and simple. It has to be keyword rich, hyphen separated. Okay, so as it is here, if you see most of the URL of this keyword, now you can see all this hyphen rich. Now this is not a, now the reason why this website was ranking despite their poor URL structure is because they have a very big website. TripAdvisor is a very big website. It's known all over the world. Most people use them, so they're generating millions. Google take them as an authority website. That's why I used to say that if you have an authority website, it's more easier for you to to skip some necessary information than when you're just starting your website. What I'm trying to say is that if you're just trying to rank a new website to the first page of Google, you need to practice the best SEO practice. Okay, so maybe after some time you started to become authority, Google starts trusting you, then you can start playing around whatever you want to play around. Okay, so make sure you understand that. All right, so we've talked about the SEO. So as I said, bar sites, for example. Now if you look at Jumia right now, Jumia loves putting the keywords. Let's say, for example, now if you look at phone and tablet, if I click on, you can see this URL. Let's click on phone and tablet. You see that Jumia kind of put their own URL. You can see they put their URL, their keyword in their URL. A lot of people don't really have worked with clients whereby their URL is not having even the keywords within it, which is very poor, which is very bad. So make sure that you don't make that mistake. You don't make sure that you don't make that mistake when you are doing SEO. Right? Make sure that the SEO, your URL is SEO friendly, is short, and easy to read to Google. Right? So as I said, it's easy to read and easy to rank. So okay. So content optimization, as I said, content is the king. I've talked about this in the previous. So content is the right original high quality content. Use keywords that are actually that naturally avoid stuffing, solve the user's query, blah blah blah. As I said, add FAQs and SR. Now the reason why I said you had frequently asked questions is because people right now are asking questions and they need a direct answer to it, right? If you look at this now, these are people who also ask. Let's see if there are people. Okay, so these are also people also. So people are asking what's the prettiest. So if you want to write an article relating to pitch in Lagos, just try to put this FAQ and answer it directly. You can see it has a short answer. So the finest pitch in Lagos is often called to be a Lagos pitch. Do you get the idea? So it's an answer kind of article. So in your content, if you check here now, let me check whether I will put it there. Okay, you can see facts about our SEO training. Do I know the laptop? These are FAQs that is related to it. But if you are writing to be SEO friendly, make sure that you've done your research and look at the keywords that people are actually looking for on Google. Like you can just a random search. Just a random search would show you what it is. Okay, so you can look at these people and put it in your content. So when people ask for when you add this to your content, it's more easier for you to rank for this keyword as well. Okay, so make sure that your content solve the user's query better than your competitors. Add FAQs and LSI keywords to cover more intent, right? So now if I show you some of our websites now, when I said SEO Council labels and also talk about eligibility, education and the like. So those are stuff to improve the the value of the content, adding those LSI and likes. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. And also use, if we talk about email optimization, you need to understand that I've talked about it before, that you need to make sure that you optimize your image. Use compressed image for faster. There are a lot of SEO, there are a lot of plugins you can use. There are a lot of plugins to compress images using on your website. If you are using coding or your developer is in charge, you just tell them to compress the images so that your website can load more faster. Add alt text with keyword for accessibility plus use descriptive file name, right? So these are actually more important as well. So what I mean by, if you are using an SEO, if you are on WordPress, if you just Smosh and some other tools, Smosh is a good tool. Plugins, Smosh or whatever the pronunciation is. You can see compresses and compresses images so that it will break down the images so that when someone comes to your website, it will work more faster, because of course you remember when I said that your website needs to work more faster, right? And I've talked about the mobile optimization. That means that you need to make sure that your website is mobile friendly, because most people, 70% of people are searching from their mobile phone. Of course, most people are using their mobile phone. How many people? It's very rare for someone to sit down on their desktop to search for something, unlike before. All right. So right now, make sure that you are optimizing for mobile friendliness. Okay. As I said, test on different screen size. Use Google Mobile Friendly Test. If it doesn't work on mobile, Google won't rank it because, of course, Google knows that most people are, Google knows that most people are actually searching from the mobile. They're searching from the mobile. So if they realize that your website is not really, there was even a rumor that Google will stop indexing website that is not mobile friendly. Although maybe they debunk those rumors, but it's something that Google take as a priority for any website to optimize their website for mobile friendliness. Okay, so you need to make sure that your website is working, well on mobile. So you need to also consider your page speed. Nobody wants to wait for uh, nobody waits for a slow site. I've told you that the best uh, the best principle or the best way for your website to show up is when you have like 3 seconds. The best performance is 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Even your website can load in 2 seconds. A very good take in front of Google. So you can use caking, you can use minimize scripts. There's a lot of SEO tools. I mean, what's it called? There are some plugins that you can use to minimize all these cakes, all these scripts and the likes. One of them is WP Rocket. You can use W3 Cake. A lot of caking or cache or whatever this is pronounced. You can use a lot of cache or some tools that you can use to just minify, reduce the load of your speed. Now let me explain this load. Now, take your example. Let's take your website as like your website is like 20 MB now, right? If you're a web developer, you understand this, right? If your website is like 20 MB, the full website, and you want to reduce it in a way because for your website to pop up, it will load the 20 MB, right? Now, for your website to come up, most thing that people do is to reduce the MB of your website so that it can load more faster. And one of the best ways in reducing maybe the images, reducing the paints, reducing the colors and the likes. You get the idea, right? So there are something called web vitals, right? There are some core web vitals. So Google measures your US with 3 metrics. If you go on your search console, you're going to be seeing all these metrics at the down. Okay, so this actually is a very good factor because if your website largest content speed means that how loaded the loading speed of your main content. Now this actually happens within you can actually see all this stuff using different tools, right? Or you can actually see it in your search console. If you have a search console account, I've created different videos on how to create a search console account. I'm still going to show you how to do that in this video as well. So and also first input time before page is interactive. All these factors are actually important. Just take it as a way of your website coming out fast for users to interact with. That's just what that means. Okay. And also we have what we call SEO friendly content writing. So we want to talk about how do you write content. So at the start, tips for writing content at Google loves. Start with a strong intro, use short paragraph and bullet point and images. Write for humans for Google seconds. The longer visitors stay, the higher you rank. Now, before you even start writing, what I advise people is they should just go on Google and try to search. That's what I've always advised people, because if for these people to be on page one, they are actually doing something right in front of them. So definitely we need to do like them. That's why I advise people that they should kind of do what Google likes. They should try to replicate what Google favors. So what I do sometimes is I go on some of these websites and try to look at some of the content that they're pushing, that they're writing about, and replicate as better. You get my point? So they're replicating in a way that is more meaningful to users and it's more meaningful to Google to understand. You get the idea. So make sure that you are writing for humans first. Make sure that you start just follow what other people are writing, and definitely you will definitely be doing something right in front of Google. For example, now it is, if I want to write an article about, let's say I want to write an article about how to do SEO. Alright, if I want to write an article about how to do SEO, what I'll just do is, so if I want to do an article on how to write an article on how to, or any kind of article, so the idea is just to look at what other people are doing. You understand? So as I said, let's say you want to write an article about any stuff. I don't know what you want to write, just any kind of stuff that you feel like you want to write about. Let's say, for example, I'm looking for a good example. Let's say you want to write on how to start blogging, right, in Nigeria. Now this is an article. So what I'm going to do is, maybe this is a title that just comes to your mind. Provided that you've done the research, you've done how many people are looking for this. Of course, you can't just start writing without knowing how many people are looking for these keywords. So what I do is, I go on Google, the SEO tool I have, and let me log in. You understand? So I've logged in, and I'm just going to go to keyword research. I want to know how many people are looking for this keyword, and then put on this. Now, there might not be an exact keyword that even people like. It might not be a keyword that people might say like it's 10 people are looking for how to start blogging in Nigeria. Now, if you go to some suggestions, it's going to give me some varieties of keywords that probably have more volume. That means that it has probably more people looking for them. So that's why I need to do research now. When I do research, I saw that how to start blogging in Nigeria. Okay, this is always try to change it to your country. Sorry, I don't know, the network is fluctuating. Well, always try to change it to Nigeria. Okay, because if you go and change this, let me back location. So just type. Now most SEO tool, they ask you the location where you want to. Why is it not bringing this? Nigeria. So don't forget to, choose the location. So I'm going to ask this. You can see about 320 people, and if you scroll down, it's going to give me some suggestions that I can pick. They probably have even more volume, like have more people searching for it now. So that's the first thing. Now I have an idea that for example, you can see how to start blogging, blah blah blah, how to start now. So how to start a blog in Nigeria, 260, about 260. I think this one, so about 320. Now what I can do is just search the keyword on Google. That's after you've done your research. You know that about 300 people are looking for this, right? So I'm going to scroll down and look at some of the articles here and see how you can just pick out some of the articles on page 1 and replicate. That's just how it is. That's it. So let's look at let's say, so just pick out some of the articles or how to start affiliate marketing. Just look at some of the stuff that people are actually writing about, and some of the stuff I do, you can see introduction. And this person, what I do is to highlight the headlines. Look at the headlines of what this person have written about. You can see the person first talked about introduction, and talk about choosing your blogging niche, research your target, how to conduct, select a blog name. Now what I can do is I can have an idea about what this person has written, and look at this first guy, this one as well. I can look at, this guy is writing about an article, right? Then sorry, it's popping up. So I just want to look at, okay, these are some of the articles this person, okay. Let me look at the headlines of what this person. You can see how I can easily scan to a page, because that's how Google operates. Google operates by scanning through the headlines that you have within your page. So that means that you need to make sure that you have headlines on your own page. It's very important as well. So once it's very close, it's going to give me the headlines that we can actually use, right? You can give me the headlines. Let me see. Sorry, yeah. Okay, so you can see the person talk about how finding your goal, choose the right, blah 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 blah. So it wrote a lot about, setting up your blog, hosting an account, setting up blah 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 blah. So from here we can't really see. Sometimes what I tell my people is, within the headlines, you can just try to target a particular keyword in that niche. So what I will do is, like this keyword now is ranking because the post is quite a long time, and maybe the authority of the website is quite long. So let me see the keyword. Start blog in Nigeria. Okay, start a blog. Blogging in Nigeria. Okay, start a blog in Nigeria. Okay, so this person just have the keyword is even mentioned once. What I can even do is just copy the URL and paste it in the SEO tools that I told you about. So once I just copy and paste, so it's going to give me all the keywords that page is ranking for, which is very important. Now, you can see this domain, just change it to URL exact. So search again. So it's going to give me the keywords that this website is actually ranking for, so I can use it to replicate what I'm doing. So you can see now the person ranking for blogging in Nigeria, which we don't even know before, but because we reverse engineer what is actually ranking, we didn't know that people are even searching for blogging in Nigeria, which is maybe a community or something. We didn't know. I wasn't aware, but because I look at the top 3 results and look at, okay, I put the data down and I was able to see that blogging in Nigeria. You get it then, and these are some of the stuff. That's why I said just try to look at some of the stuff on page 1, and look at and reverse engineer what the person has written. So for example, now I know that this person, right? This person is ranking for some set of keywords. Blogging in Nigeria, to start the blogging. So what I just do is just to copy, right? And just paste it in my URL and say, okay, these are the URL I'm targeting. Sorry, let me just you can tell ChatGPT to extract only the keywords for you. Just it will remove all these numbers and the likes for you, right? So if you tell ChatGPT, so you can tell ChatGPT to extract the keyword for you. You understand? But make sure that you have a primary keyword. All other stuff are just like related keyword, right? So after you've done that, you want to look at the FAQ. So what I do is, if your primary keyword, right, is how to start a blog in Nigeria, you can look at some of the facts. FAQ, these are some of the questions that you just need to answer within your blog post. So you can see how I'm forming all this stuff. So this will be your FAQ, and then you answer the questions appropriately, right? You can see, so you can formulate this with you just start with introduction, right? That's why I said in there that you start with introduction. As I say, start with a strong intro, something that can captivate people to continue reading your stuff. Use short paragraph and bullet points where necessary, add images, infographics, and examples. Just make your own content more unique and more better than what other person is always is writing about. So once you do this, you know that of course you will definitely get results with the on-page SEO, right? So let's move on to the next one. The on-page SEO checklist you need to follow. This is a checklist. The moment you've done all this stuff, I tick it, you know that you are doing the right thing with SEO or with on-page SEO. The first one is you have to optimize your titles and your meta description. I've told you about it before. Your SEO title, your titles is what appears on Google, is what Google first see, is what women see before they click your content. So you need to make sure that your title is more rich. It has the keyword that people are also looking for. Right. So for example, when I type beaches in Lagos and there's beaches there, even though there is nothing follow beaches in Lagos, as long as it's arranged or rearranged, it doesn't matter. Just make sure that the major keyword is between your title. And the meta description, you can set your own meta description. As I said, Google just give it 50-50 right now. Google sometimes change your meta description, sometimes they leave it. Right. So how do you even do all this stuff? If you are using WordPress, you need to have a tool called Ubersuggest. Ubersuggest is actually useful for WordPress users, all in one SEO as well. A lot of SEO tools that you can use to optimize your website easily without any technical situation. We don't even need to know about technical. Once you are on WordPress, right? Once you are on WordPress, just you need to install a tool called Ubersuggest. I use Ubersuggest most of the time, but some people use all-in-one SEO analyze. So just go to plugins and try to search for. Just go to plugins, right? And just go to plugins and search for Ubersuggest or all-in-one SEO. You're going to see a lot of tools. So Ubersuggest is going to give you a good example. Add a plugin. My network is fluctuating. So once you just search for Ubersuggest, right? Yeah. Ubersuggest. So this SEO, you can see Ubersuggest, rank maths, all in one. So these top three are actually good. So you can use that to create the SEO title. You understand, the SEO title and the meta description and this is how it's going to be. Let's say, for example, you go to all pages, right? You go to all pages, and let's say, let me see. I just want to learn. Okay, let me go to blog post. Let me go to blog post. Blog post. So let me see this SEO syllabus. Once you install that plugin, right, you just scroll down. You're gonna be seeing that use SEO at the bottom where you can actually edit it. All right. Now, if you don't edit it, your title will automatically be your SEO title, right? And Google will just extract okay, so this is it right now. So you can see this is the SEO. This is how it's gonna appear. So this is how it's gonna appear. This is the article, and you can see use SEO here. And you can see the focus keyword as the keyword. I don't really use this. What I use most of the time is, you can see I don't even touch this. I didn't touch this because if you don't touch it, Google, they will actually, you can say I did not even create this SEO. So meta description is not that useful right now. Alright, but if you want to change the title, maybe you want to make it confusing so that people can click your title, this is where you change it. Alright, just delete this title and page. This separator is what starts this separator and the Nivedigital Academy. So you just delete this and then you write the article, write the title, and this is for the meta description. So just write the meta description, but sometimes Google will not pick it, but of course you can create it as well. So meta description, it has some characters, I think about 160 characters. So if you type more than what it takes, you can see how it's appearing. It's going to show you how it's going to be appearing on Google. But man, I did not choose any one of them. I just left it blank because Google sometimes doesn't even, Google is not really picking meta description again. But your SEO title is mostly important. That means you need to make sure that your keyword is in your SEO title. So that's the first thing. Now use heading properly. If you see what I did here, you realize that headings are there. Right? You can see our what is SEO is in what is in H2, right? Is in H2, and this one also is in H2. This one also is in H2. So you can see how I arranged the headings in a way, in a structured way for Google to really understand what my page is all about. Now, all these headings that I've said before is just for Google to understand that, okay, this page is all about talking about this. I'm talking about that. This is what they fully, but if you don't put headings, it doesn't really communicate to Google in a better way. Yeah, depending on what you're writing about, depending on the niche. But when you put headings, it kind of speaks to Google more easily. Google can easily scan through your page and look at, okay, this person is talking about this. It covers all the information about the SEO syllabus, and because of that, they believe that it will provide more value to their user. So in other words, they push up with time. You understand? So you need to make sure that your on-page SEO that you're doing is actually effective. Because even if you do the links and everything on your website, your on-page SEO is not that effective. It's not following the best practice. All the work might just be in vain. All right. So that's the second one. Now, they said the clean URL structure. Now, the next one, the third one you need to check is the URL. You can see how I'm following it. For the on-page SEO, I said, make sure you follow the SEO title, the meta description, and the next, I said you should appropriate headings, and then I said clean URL structure. Of course, I said the reason why I say URL structure is because most people, I have explained it before, most people don't know how Google reads URL. They just create any URL they feel. They don't even care. Some people, they'll even let me show you an example, right? Now, this blog post, you can see SEO syllabus, eligibility, duration, and more, blah, 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 blah. Now, most people will just leave this blank, and it will create the URL. The moment you create publish, WordPress will automatically create URL based on your SEO title. Based on your title, your blog title. But for an SEO person, what we do is to reduce it. Just add the major. You can see how I reduce it, just to make it more meaningful. Now, it doesn't mean that it will affect, but how longer it is not that useful. Because how Google reads URL is like this. They use Google is more like SEO syllabus. These are Google search both read SEO titles, right? So because of that, you need to make sure that you are optimizing your website. You're optimizing your website in a way that Google can easily understand fast. So, and that comes down to that comes back to your URL, the URL structure that you are using. All right. And I said the next one is keyword rich or natural content. That means that no matter what you are doing, make sure that you are putting the content, the keywords in your content. For example, if you look at Jumia, right, this is phones and tablet category, and if you look at the SEO title, you can see buy phone, tablets, and buy tablet, phone, accessory, affordable price online, buy blah 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 blah. This is their own meta description. You can see this is their own title. Now, if you look at now we want to look at the keywords that they are ranking for, so that if you want to create like a category under phones and tablets, we'll be able to maximize all the keywords that we have, right? So just go to Ubersuggest and you just paste the URL, and go to the URL and paste the URL, and just click on search. Now it's going to give me all the keywords for this particular page, not the entire website. because I'm using a URL, the moment I click on, let's say for example, I click on, it's not working, but the moment I click on maybe the domain, the domain means that all the websites. But right now I'm clicking on the URL, that means I'm particular about that URL. Now you can see this website per month is getting about 303,589 visitors from Google in Nigeria, right? And these are the keywords: Jumia Easy Buy phone, affordable phones, about slot phones, GG phones, cheapest phones. These are some of the keywords that category is ranking for, that is coming out for. Now we can pick out the right ones that is applicable to our own and try to replicate and create our own category. You get the idea of what I'm saying? So we can reverse engineer the competitor of what your competitor of how is happening, how is appearing on Google, and do it better that way, right? So the internal and external linking, this is actually important because, as I said, the internal linking is not like links that support. It can be for a related post. Most newspapers, all those news, they used to do it a lot. They link to maybe let's go to, for example, now when you search for what is SEO, right? If you search for what is SEO now, if you search for what is SEO, you'll not be seeing. I want to just show you what an internal link, right, is. So when you go to what is SEO now, all these, let me say, okay, you can see this search marketing now. If you click on what is search, this link now, it will go to what is search engine marketing, right? You can see. So the reason why it's internal is because it's kind of related. If you scroll down, PPC as well, they're interlinked. These are called interlinks. A full post, related post, to support each other. You understand? So why this one gets more traffic? This one, why this main one, the main page where they found on Google gets traffic. These other ones also get traffic because the link back to it. So it can also increase how long someone is staying on your website. If you remember when we talked about the dwell time, how long someone stays on your website with the time is one of the factors that Google look at how valuable your website is. People are spending more time clicking on this, reading more information. Google kind of is like a signal to go that okay, we are probably providing the best users. You are providing the best answers for them. Therefore, they will keep ranking you more. Do you get the idea now? Yeah. So it's very more important. As I said, make sure that you optimize your pages. Make sure you optimize the pages that you are working on. Now, the reason why you have to optimize is make sure you compress those pages, especially if you are even in e-commerce or ESA that have thousands of pages. Because if all those pages are not optimized, are not compressed, your website can take time to load, and you don't want your website to load very slow. So make sure you do that. And also, I talk about fast and mobile friendly. You need to make sure that website is very fast and it's mobile friendly. And that means you need to make sure that on mobile your website is good, on desktop your website is good. Doing this stuff will make sure that your website perform well. This is on-page SEO. If you do this the right way, if you practice this optimized title, using the headings, you are doing the writing, and in no time your website will actually start performing well on Google because you are following the best SEO practice on there, right? So make sure you follow this checklist and you'll be able to get results with SEO, right? So let's move on to the next one. So we're going to be talking about technical SEO now, because I said, if you remember from the beginning of the video, I said that on-page SEO and technical SEO they kind of work hand in hand, because it still depends on, it's still within the website. It depends on how fast your website is, and I just want to elaborate on this topic because it's very important for you to know as well. Okay, so what is technical SEO? That's the first thing we're going to be learning. What is technical SEO? So as I said, technical SEO is optimizing the foundation of your website. If search engines can't crawl or index your site, nothing else matters. So that's that's meaning of technical SEO is optimizing the foundation of your website, optimizing how your website is on Google. So think of it like building a strong foundation for a skyscraper. Technical SEO is one of the factors. Most people put technical SEO under on-page SEO, but it's a very different thing because it's a very different entity. A little stuff might disrupt a lot of stuff if you don't do it the right way. That's why there's a different cost. In fact, technical SEO has has its own model, has its own how would I put it now? Has its own party. It's a kind of different league because what is part of SEO as well, and it's easy. Don't make it complicated for yourself. All this stuff I'm talking about are easy because I'm going to be talking about how to do it very well in this training. So we've talked about calling and indexing, right? Google must first discover and save your content. That's the first thing. If you have a new website right now, Google not just see your website. It might take maybe some days, maybe because you've created your social media account, you now put the link of your website there. Google will just find your website in one way or the other, maybe on Facebook, maybe on Twitter, or maybe on LinkedIn, or any popular one, or they just find your website because you submit your website on Google. Okay, so the first thing is that Google, the first thing I have talked about it before, that Google will first call your website, you index your page, the ranking, they will now display your page in the right way. Now, so Google looks at all these factors before they start ranking your website. We've talked about it before. Well, let's move on to the next one. So the first thing, of course, I want to talk about SEMrush sitemaps that you have. So now sitemap is called, or the definition of what it is like is a roadmap of a website for Google. It's what all your pages are stored. For example, now if you click on the our sitemap, now you're going to see all these posts, all these pages that we have. All right, let me see, it's not opening. You see, this is generated. You can see it's generated by use SEO. So that means that if you installed that plugin that I told you to install, any one of them, they will automatically create a sitemap for your website, so that all your page can be easily found by Google. All right, and then we have what we call the post. You can see the page. So they have this one now. This post sitemap have all our posts, where you can actually see all our posts that is on our website. That's what that means. And you can see, so we have about 80 articles on our website, and then this one is page. So it contains all the pages on our website. This sitemap is good because it's easier. It's more easier for Google. It's more easier for Google to find all these pages than when it's lost. You get the idea. So when you publish a new article, it gets automatically updated here, and Google is easier to. That's why Google used to ask you to submit some sitemap, right? If you go to this place, they're going to ask you should submit your sitemap. So you can see, so they're going to ask you to submit. They want you to, like this one now, they have like 18 discovered pages. So that, let's go, let me show you one of my website. So show postcode right now, you can see about 1,400. They discover about 1,400 pages. All right, so that means that Google were able to see all my pages. Google now determine, okay, which one they want to rank. And but if Google don't discover your page, maybe you are probably doing something wrong. That's what this means. So it's a roadmap, right, of your website for Google. It's more like it's more like, how would I put it now, where you are keeping your treasures, where you are keeping all what you have, right, so that people your children can have it You understand? More like an it's not like an investment, but something somewhere where you are keeping your. It's not like a direction. Okay, direction to your house, direction to your business. That's what this means. So it lists all important URLs, help search engines discover content more faster, should be updated automatically and used. If you are using now, as I said, if you are using all this, if you are using WordPress and install any of these tools, it's more easier for you. But if you are using maybe React, you are using a coding website, the web developer will have to create all these the sitemap, because you're going to be submitting into your search console. Right, you're going to be submitting into your search console, which we're going to talk about later on, right? And also, now another part of technical SEO is the structure of your website. In fact, most of the time, the structure of your website has importance. It's not like your UI or UX design. Now, it's very important because your site should be easy to navigate. Your site must have like must be connected. It must be connected. There's some page that must not be lost. You get my idea now. You have some page that must not be lost. So if you look at Jumia now, Jumia connects all their categories pages. If you go to their homepage now, from their home page, they categorize every page. They link all the pages so that it's more easier for you to find. For example, now if you click on phone and tablet and you keep on this app, so you can see how far that is. It's more easier for, you can see all this health and business, men's, blah blah blah. Jumia creates it in a way that is more easier for everyone to find the page from the home page. And get the idea now. Is very, very important. If you click on this now, I click on, you can see they're telling you that, okay, maybe full map has some categories. Let me click on, okay, let's say Android phones. You can see the breadcrumbs, how it's leading. You can see this is very important. The structure of your website is very important. They connect it in a way that is easier for Google to find all the products on their website. You get the idea? Because it's more easier for Google to find all the products. It's more even easier for users to find. Imagine you're looking for a phone now, you can just say phone and tablet, mobile phone, smartphone, Android phone. It's more easier for you to get here. That's what they call your website architecture. Your website architecture must be easier for Google to find. So shallow structure, every page reachable within 3 clicks. Every page you are visiting must be reachable. So when you are creating your website, your most important pages that you want it to rank must be what? Visible on the homepage. That's why most people will put, if you look at the search engine land, you can see they put SEO and they put most of the stuff. The most of their you can see their most important stuff, they put it on their menu, and they put some also on their footer. Doesn't really matter, but you can see what I'm trying to say. So it must be reachable. Your architecture must be easy to click through, find easily, especially if you are in the real estate industry or e-commerce industry. You get the point I'm trying to make, right? So that is exactly, if you check our own tool, that's how we did it. If you check our blog now, if you click on blog, you're going to be seeing all this stuff. Like, for example, you click on affiliate marketing, e-commerce marketing. For example, now if you click on maybe affiliate marketing, it will take you straight down to an article on affiliate marketing. So it's more easier for people. Sorry, the network is okay. So you can see. So this is it here. So it's more easier for people to go to scan through, go to the blog post from there. So make sure that your website architecture is very easy to find. By the way, if you want us to teach you SEO practically, make sure you come to Nivedigital Academy. We are actually enrolling students to join our academy. I'm going to be showing all this stuff practically. You can ask all your questions with us, and we can teach you from ground up to become an expert. Okay, so make sure you call the number on your screen to get started, right? So as I said, good structure is equals to what? Better coding plus better UX. This is actually good even for UX or all these designers to do, but most designers don't even know what SEO is. They don't even understand the best practice, SEO practices, okay? So you need to make sure you understand that. Okay, now I talk about the HTTPs and security. Now you need to understand that a lot of people don't really do this, all right? Google favors secure website. Google, you don't expect Google to just send people to websites that they don't know or they don't have, you know, maybe they don't know. You get my point. Our website that was not secured. So you need to make sure that your website is secured. If you have HTTPS, if you check all this stuff, you see something like connection is secure. If your connection is not secure, it's going to show that your connection is not secure. So you can install SSL certificates. As I said, security builds trusts and boosts ranking. If most people enter your website now and they are seeing all those not secure websites, it's going to get them afraid of what is happening. And because of that, they might leave. You don't want people leaving. You don't want people leaving your website after they found you. It's not good, all right? Yeah. So let's move on to the next one. So I've talked about the mobile friendliness before. I said that mobile and 70% of traffic is mobile, which is good. And I've talked about the page speed. Okay, I talked about that our website has to be to be okay. And another factors another thing you need to know about technical SEO is canonical tags. Now, this might not be an important factor for you to understand at the moment. You don't have to stress yourself over this technical part of SEO, because whether you do it or you don't do it, if you do your on-page and the off-page SEO very well, you actually get results. But sometimes it's good to know, let's say you're not getting results, right? Maybe you've done heavy stuff and they're not getting results. That's why you need to check on all these technical parts of SEO, because it's very important as well. For example, now, canonical tags mean solve duplicate content issues. So if same content appears on multiple pages, use a canonical tag to show Google the main version. For example, now, I'm not sure Jumia has that. I'm just going to check. So there are a lot of duplicate content on the website, right? Let's say you have, now this canonical tag is mainly for maybe you have products, or maybe you're in the real estate industry, or you're in the e-commerce stage industry and you have products of, maybe you have bags, you are selling bags, and your client is selling bags or is selling wears, but they have different designs or they are different color. Now, you need to understand that most people will not be searching for red shoes to buy. Right? Most people will not be searching for red shoes to buy. Let me share. Okay. Now, Jumia is not doing that. Jumia just put the URL as a canonical. You can see this URL, this is your canonical. So you make sure that it's the same. What I'm trying to say is that some people, what they will do is, they'll make, maybe because, Jumia is very authoritative, and sometimes Google sometimes say that your canonical tag doesn't have to be, what is it called now? Doesn't have to be a big deal. Why? Or it can be a big deal if they are the same stuff, if they are the same content or related content. And you need to remember that almost e-commerce websites used to have related stuff, right? You need to have little stuff. So sometimes what we do is we reference. Let me see. Let me check another website. Let's say Nigeria Property. So let's look at flat for rent, apartment for rent. Let's look at the canonical tag if they change it. Some people don't really change it. It doesn't really matter. But when you have different when you have the same content on okay, so flat format, blah blah blah, foolish bedroom. So you put in URL, they're putting a URL, and what's it called? They put in a URL and the canonical the same. It doesn't really mean much factors. This canonical tag, it means that this page is unique on its own, right? This page is unique on its own. Now, if you are working on maybe a category page, maybe let's say for rent now, let's say land in Alhambra, on land in so, and okay. Okay, most of these Nigeria properties, some of them are using the same URL. Now, let me just explain in a simpler way. Canonical tag is just majorly, okay, you have a duplicate content. I don't want Google to take your website as a duplicate. So you now reference that, okay, this is the official, this is the actually original content. You understand? So there's a way we tell Google that's what canonical tag is. You get my point. So let's say, for example, they say you write about your biography, what you're all about, and you write on first page, you write on the second page, maybe some slight difference. Now they are duplicate content because they are contains similar words, more than the same words. You get my point? For you to tell Google which one they should pick, that's what they call canonical tags. Do you get the idea now? So for you to tell Google that, okay, I want you to pick this new one, and this new one is the original one. This other one is not original. You get the idea? Exactly. So that's canonical tag. Okay. Now, duplicate content issues. Now, Google doesn't like when the content is duplicate. Google penalizes sites with duplicate. That means that if you are just copying content, now this factor, Neil Patel said it might not be true, but I won't like you to actually duplicate content from other people, because Google will be like, it's not unique, it's not unique for their user. They have the information already. They want the new information. So when you're putting the same thing out there as on other people's websites, putting it on your own website, it doesn't make genuine. So why some SEO experts have fought on this very well. They say that it doesn't really matter, that SEO doesn't really look, Google doesn't really look at duplicate content. But take it as a warning, because if you go to your search console, right? If you go to your search console, Google will tell you some of the pages that are duplicate. You go to pages, some of the pages that they feel is duplicate, and they should need okay, we have redirect error, blah 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 blah, alternate page with proper okay, this one is not. Now we don't have duplicate content here. We don't have duplicate, but if we have duplicate content, it's going to be showing here in this, the errors going on with your website. That's why Search Console is a very important tool. I've shared on how to create a Search Console account. If you haven't watched that, make sure you find one of our videos. I'm still going to be going through some of these parts in this training. I think so. So let's continue, right? So make sure you avoid copying pasting from other sites. That's one rule I have said before. Use canonical tags when need, of course. Right? And I said most people, canonical tags, don't take it as a very big thing. You understand? Don't be too like, oh, I need to treat every canonical task. No. You don't really. You just have to know this. You just have to have an idea of this, right? So that sorry, pardon. So that Google can actually, rank your websites very well, right? Because if Google are finding multiple content, like duplicate content, they won't know. They'll be confused on which one they should pick. You understand? They don't know which the original is. So that's why canonical tag is good So write unique, valuable content. Originality is trustworthiness, right? And then we have 404 errors, right? And this 404 errors is actually an important tool, and you need to know. 404 error means that your page is not found. As I said, is it bad? Yes. Let's say you have an article before and you deleted it. I would advise that you redirect that page to maybe a related page, so that as long as, although let me be clear, if you have a 404 page on your website, maybe you delete a page and it was indexed by Google before, that means it's on Google database before, but you've deleted it from your website, it will not immediately remove from Google. It will take time. You understand? It will take some time, because Google will be confused why your post was deleted. It was ranking before, but now it was deleted. So Google will give you some grace, maybe a month, maybe some days. It depends on the factors happening on your website, right? So it will depend on all those factors, right? So, but the best practice is maybe probably redirecting it to to a relevant page, or you can restore the deleted content if it's valuable. So monitor URLs in Google Search Console. So they're going to give you a lot of. That's why Google Search Console, it gives the performance on how your website is doing on Google. It's a very important tool. So it will get you, okay, these are some of the stuff you need to treat. These are some of the stuff that you need to work on. For example, now let me check on Business Connect. So I check on Business Connect right now. You see, not found. We have more than 525 deleted content. Okay, if you check excluded by no in-text tag, alternative text with proper canonical, blah blah, duplicate without user can see. You can see this is what I'm talking about. This is one of our websites. Now, all these factors might not be a big deal. To be sincere, I've seen a lot of people that have a lot of errors that, but don't waste your time much really on this technical. It's just good for you to know. Let's say you have a problem, you come across a problem on your website, it's more easier for you to know what is wrong and you can fix it. You get the point now. So make sure you understand that. So now we have the 301, we have the 302. Okay, we have the 301 and 302 now. 301 means permanent redirection, so it passes SEO value. So 302 means temporary, does not pass SEO value. Use 301 for old new to new page. So let's say you have an article on your website and you want to redirect to a new article. You need to permanently redirect it, right? When you permanently redirect it, it's good because you are transferring the old. It's not like transferring ownership of your property to your son or your child or your wife. You get the idea now. So that's it. So you need to use 301 depending. Alright. If you are using all those redirection tools, they're going to ask you, do you want to temporarily redirect this? Do you want to permanently redirect this? You get the idea. So 301 means permanently redirection, and 302 means what? Temporarily redirection. Make sure you understand these two, right? And then we have what we call duplicates, HTTP. Now this is very important because a lot of people do mistake of this a lot. Especially people that is built that that uses all those coding React, all those coding softwares. This is very important because your site should have only one version. As I said here, HTTP, WP, or HTTP. So you must have HTTP. You must have W or non-W. You call it non-W. The moment it has these two, it becomes a duplicate website. And we've come across clients that their web developers didn't redirect it. Let me show you an example. For example, now if you go to w.facebook.com, right? I said we need to have one redirection or not, right? Let's see if I'll be redirected. Okay, so let's say so let's say, for example, Search Engine Land is a website. If I click on, let's say I click on, I just go to copy. I click on this. You can see it was redirected. If you look at this status, it will show that it was redirected because it has to have one kind. Okay, so it has to only have one. Sorry, the network is kind of bad. So okay, you can see 3-in-1 move permanently to what? Search engine. So you can see we need to have only one www. So if the website, if the owner of the website is using www.search-engine.com, if the someone just search for search engine land, it will redirect to this. If you understand, so you have duplicates. You need to understand that factors as well. Okay. So let's continue. So as I said, redirect all others to your main version to avoid dilution. There are a lot of people that have come across that have this issue. You know, it's just randomly, you know, searching on Google and seeing them having duplicate www and non-www. You need to have one www, right? So there are a lot of SEO tools that you can use to actually do technical SEO. You need to make sure you have. You need to make sure you register for a Google Search Console. Google Search Console is used to register. Is used to know the performance of your website. If you go to now, how do you do this? Just go to Google Search Console. Just search for Google Search Console. So they're going to ask you to sign in. So you need to have a Gmail account to sign in. So you can see input your website, blah blah blah, and just start now. Once you start now, they're going to ask you to input your website. Your website, and just start now. If you click on start now, you're going to be redirected to a website. You can see this one of our website. So if you want to add a new property, because we call it property, Google Analytics, so we call it property, just add property, and then you add the URL of your website. So just go to the URL of your website, URL of your website. Maybe your website is, I don't know, maybe HTTP. You need to make sure, maybe nocera.ng.com.ng, and continue. Now they're going to ask you, they're going to ask you to verify if you are the owner of your website. That's the name. You can see verify ownership. Now you're going to have, and a lot of tools that you can use. You can either use this, but most of the time I use HTML tag. So what I do is just copy this code and go and install it on our website. You can install an add inserter plugin. I have the plugin here. So just go to add inserter. So just go to in that inserter, or insert headers and footer. So you can use that plugin to insert the code that they give you to verify the ownership of your website, because without that, they won't allow you to have access to the person's website, provided that you've not added this link. You get the idea? So it must be network is kind of bad. It must only you that must have access to it. Do not share with it anyone. All right, so make sure you understand that as well. So Screaming Frog is actually an important tool you can use. What I just like about Screaming Frog is that it tells you what is wrong on your website. Just like a good SEO, it's good technical SEO stuff. You can download the tool on your desktop. You get the idea now? They have the paid version, you have the free version. You can download the paid version. You can download. This is the how it is. So just download it on your laptop, and just this is how it's gonna appear. Let me see. It's loading up in the background. So it's a very good tool that it tells you the errors you're having. It will actually check all what your page is all about. You can see it's installing, deleting, or use backups, whatever. Now, as I said, you don't really need to use all this technical stuff all the time. I don't use it all the time. It's not that useful to use all the time, unless you are doing a very technical or an advanced project, or a project that have a lot of database. I don't want to be going through one of them one by one. So you can see this is total. This is Screaming Frog. So let's say, for example, you can let me put this search engine. It has limitations to how many pages they can how many pages they can check, right? So you can see how it's calling. So it's going to call through all the page and show you some of the stuff they have, the performance, the issues, every stuff that you can do to improve the website to improve the technical SEO of your website, right? So this is just like you can see how it's popping up. You can see call limit. Okay, you can see it has limit too. Before it was actually, I think it was actually 1,000 URLs you can actually scan through. But right now it's limited. You can see it's downloading all the URL, all the pages under under that search engine line. So, but I don't really use it. I expect unless I'm actually working on a big client website and I want to know some of the issues that we can treat, right? Some of the stuff that we can treat. So Screaming Frog is one of the great examples. SEO Metrics also is a very great example. It's a very great tool that you can use to look at how your website is. You can look at the performance of your website, in terms of the loading speed, the load of your website and the likes. And for example, let me look at search engine land. Search engine land. So it's going to call. Most of you have this account, but you don't have. Right now, I think they allow you to register before you start really using it. So just register on the account. So it's just going to be scanning. I don't want to waste time doing this. So it's going to scan. You're going to see some of the metrics on your website, what you can need to improve. They'll give you, they'll grade you from A to, I think, F or something. Yeah. So another tool you can use is Ahrefs site or the SEMrush and stuff. So you used to regularly to spot errors on your website. So if you feel that your website is not ranking after like 3 months, that's from the start of your campaign, from the start of optimizing your websites, some of the stuff you need to check, provided you've done the off-page, you've done the on-page, you've done the off-page. These are some of the factors that you need to start working on. Now, these are the checklists you need to make sure that you fit. Number one, your website is crawlable and indexable site. Now, This factor is very important because there are some sites that is not callable because of maybe the technical something. People, they have put maybe no index on the website. I've met a client that comes to us and they told us that they've been trying to rank, but they're not ranking. So when I checked the website, right, I saw just one little technical error. The person, the web developer, put their website to be no index, and no index means that they are telling Google search bots not to index their website. Just that single stuff. So you need to make sure that you are, you are doing it right. And we also have robot test. SMS you submitted robot test optimized. Now robot test is not a big deal. You don't really need it that much. You don't really need it that much. Robot test is just like a passage to your website. Why? Sitemaps and robot test, they are kind of working there, but they are different. They work for different purposes. Roadmap, you can block everything going to your sitemap. That means that if you block anything from your, so Google will first visit your robot test, used that before, because anything you do on your robot test will determine whether they should check your website or not. So those are very important too. So make sure that there's some website that the developer mistakenly have typed something and make sure our website not callable and indexable. Alright? And also secure with HTTPS to make sure your website is secure, mobile friendliness, fast loading pages, no duplicate contents. Make sure that you fix broken links. Now, of course, once you do this, you know that you're on the right way to rank. So I want to actually give you a walkthrough around Search Console, that's Google Search Console, right? So we have this tab. Now this Search Console, as I've said before, is used to monitor the performance of your website on Google. And this is owned by Google, right? So they have different search engines have their own tool that they use to track how your website is actually ranking on Google. But because we are our primary search engine is Google, because of course many people are using Google to search whatever they are looking for. So because of that, most of the time as an SEO, most of the time you're optimizing for Google, right? So now Google gave us a search console that we can use to track. It's actually free. You don't have to buy. It's free, even though it's quite limited, but it's actually good to know how your website is actually performing on Google. And also it gives you a lot of errors, a lot of stuff that you can fix on your website. Now this is our own. You can see the overview. Now the overview is going to give you the performance, like how many clicks is your website getting in the space of maybe 20 days, 30 days. So it depends. Now we have insight. This insight wasn't there before. We just newly added to the Search Console tab, right? So this insight just gave you like the overall how your website is actually moving. You can see there. This one is now arrow down. The arrow down. More than 34 clicks, and the impression, is kind of going down. So this will just give you the summary, and it also give you the content that is actually performing well. As you can see here, we know that the home page is performing well. The other article is talking about the affiliate marketing program is performing well. I can see it's telling you that, okay, these are our best performing performing posts on our website. Now there's actually, as at the time I'm recording this video, there's an update that is actually going on. That's why all this stuff is sometimes going down, but you don't expect it to go down every time. If it's going up, you're going to see something like a green stuff. And then we have how to get high quality backlinks, how to search digital products, is digital marketing. We can see some of the posts that is actually, and then they'll give you, so here they give you the pages, your content, the content that is on your website. This can involve the home page, it can involve the pages, it can involve the blog post. So you can see the trending up, you can see the trending down. Okay, so it will also give you the queries, like what are the phrases that is making your website to come out. It's going to give you here, you can see, for example, now we saw that, okay, for SEO training in Lagos, data marketing in Lagos, Nivedigital, African network, and also it give you the countries of like where are people coming from. Like the majority of people who landed on your website, as you can see here now, 79% of people are landing on your website from Nigeria. So we are getting people from Nigeria visiting our website. And we have Germany. So you can see this insight. It gives you the whole summary of your website. You can actually pick, okay, for example, right now you might say, okay, we have quite some people visiting this website. For example, now if I go to Business Connect, now if you see Business Connect, you can see that we have the arrow sign kind of increasing, and we have the total impression also increasing. So you can see some of the our content that is performing. Nigeria business, there is a list of companies in the cartoon, VDLs, Ozeni paper, and the like. So different websites we have what they're performing on. So this insight actually give you the idea of what is the content that is performing well on your website. It's also give you the queries that your website is actually coming out for more on Google, and then tell you the countries. This is just added as of last year. I'm not sure it was, I can't remember, but it was newly added, I think this year. And also, we have this tab called the performance, right? So this performance, once you click on it, it's going to give you, you can see the space of 24. Now, this 24 hours gap was newly added. It wasn't there before. That means you can know how well your website did on Google in less than 24 hours. So you're going to see the performance of your website before, right? You will have to, for example, let's say today is today's date is 1st of September, right? Now, as at now, you just be knowing the result of yesterday, right? So you the search console will only give you the result of yesterday today, but right now there's a 24 hours gap, so it's like updated information, which is actually good. So you can know, okay, your information, you can know how your website is actually performing at the same, maybe at the hour or at the minute. You get the idea now. So it's kind of a good way. And then we have last 7 days, 28 days, 3 months. You can see that this space of 3 months, because the reason why Google give it 3 months is because if you are just creating a website, it will take you at least 3 months before you can start, doing well. We call it the sandbox stage. So at this time, Google is still trusting your website, so you might not be ranking very well. You might not be even on page 1, depending on your niche, of course. Depending on it, so you might not be on page 1. A lot of factors that determine how our websites will quickly get to page 1 in 3 months. But sometimes some of your keywords, provided they're like maybe low competitive, they are low competitive, they can rank. So Google is giving us a 3-month mark to determine how your website is going to perform, as you can see. So you can also see this more. If you click on more, you can see other sorry, I don't know what, okay, you can see last 6 months, last 12 months, last 16 months, custom. So you can set a particular time. I want to know, okay, so what happened in the year, so I mean what happened in the month, so you can actually use these two to discover that. So if you want to know, okay, the last Valentine or the last Christmas, I want to know, okay, how many people clicked to your website. You can even know the contents that actually performed during that hour, during that time. You get the idea now. So you can use this date range. If you click on it now, you can see something like, 1. Okay, you can see. Okay, get the idea now. So you can actually know the range. You can see from this start date to end date. You can see this comparison as well. Now this is good if you want to show data to your client. For example, now if your client hired you, you want to give them a data of 3 months before they hired you. That's what is good. This is actually good for. For example, if you share with them, compare the last 3-month results. If you click on apply, it's going to give you a comparison between the before 3 months and the 3 months you start working, right? So it's going to appear now. Okay, as you can see right now, previous months, 3 months before, that's 6 months, we're having 128 clicks, and then right now the impression was like 20,000, but right now 400, so there's an increase, right, in the clicks and impressions. Most of the time, this is what you're going to be giving your clients to see that, okay, you've improved their website performance on Google. This is just a very good data that you can show to them, because a lot of SEOs don't even know what they will need to show to their clients. This is a very good way to show to your client that, okay, what they are doing is actually working, and you can see the performance between the previous 3 months and the current 3 months. You get the idea now. So you can see the word search type now. You can also use search type. If you click on it now, you're going to see some options. You can see some options: web, image, video, news. Now this video is majorly maybe YouTube, and like I say, if you have YouTube, if you have videos that is coming out for, you can actually see how your video is actually performing on Google. Because if you remember the search page result that we mentioned that we have the whole, we have the image, we have the video section, if you remember. So you can measure, okay, how many people visited your website to web. You get the idea? How many people visited your website to image? Like they found your website to image. You can look at that. For example, now if I click OK, how many people actually found us through image? It's going to give me the statistics of how many people actually give me. It's going to give me the data of how many people saw us. Let me remove the comparison in the last 3 months. Okay. So how many people found our website through the image we uploaded on our website? If you remember, we talked about the image optimization, right? Now, in the last 3 months, you can see that we have some people, like 9 people or 9 clicks from image and about 5,000 impressions. So what we can do is, okay, well, how can we make more people to click? Because of course, we know here that most people are clicking from the image. I mean, most people are seeing, when they search for a query, our image is actually coming out for. But how can we increase the clicks? That's one of the stuff you need to do as well. And if you look at the web as well, the default is the web, because of course is the web. Let me show you something. If you search for, let's say, SEO training in Lagos now, SEO training in Lagos. Now this is the web. This is just like, you see all these results. All these results that is shown here, this is the web, right? That is web. So we can see we have the image section, we have the video section, we have the news section, we have the short video section, we have the full video section. So if you click on how many people visited us, like if you click on images, you can see that our website, one of our images, this from our website, came up for our SEO training. So most people are saying most people will click from here if they say, okay, enroll for SEO training. Most people will click from here and find us. So you can just make sure that your image are optimized. Of course, you should not waste more time on it, because of course it's not really that big of a deal. Most people don't really click on images, but quite a number of people do click. It depends on the industry where you're in. Okay, so that's what that means. So we have the image, we have the video, we have the news. You can see, depending on you can see images, video, news. You can see this. So we have all these options here. For example, now I don't have any video on our page, so it's not going to bring any results. Let me load it up. So it's not going to give me any result because of we don't have any image. We don't have any image. I mean, we don't have any video on our website. So this performance give you how your website, give you like what happened between in the last 7 days on your website, what happened in the last 30 days of your website, what happened in the last 50 days of your website. This is a very important analysis for you to know as an SEO person, right? And then we move on to inspection. Now, URL inspection is used to know whether your page is on Google. Now, I want you to understand this, because many SEO people, people that don't really understand they don't understand SEO, they always wait for Google to update to find their website and submit it themselves. And you need to understand that not all the time Google will be able to find your new page and submit it yourself. Sometimes, and submit it to Google. Sometimes you need to do that for yourself. That's what this URL inspection is for, because Google gave you so that you can submit pages, blog posts by yourself, right? as I said here now, if you click on URL inspection now, and inspect any URL, let me go to Nivedigital Academy. Okay. Let me go to Nivedigital Academy. So, okay. So when you click on like maybe SEO syllabus, I've talked about this before. So it's going to give you, right? It's going to give you that, okay, this URL is on Google, right? So it's telling you that this URL is on Google. And it's also going to give you some other factors like the page is indexed. URL, you can see URL is on Google. It can appear in Google search. That means if it can't appear or it's not, you're going to see it here. If the URL is not indexed and the URL is not on Google, let me give you an example. Let me see. I just want to give you a page that was not on Google. nivedigitalacademy.com/ish. Now I don't have this. I don't have this article. I just want to give you an example, right? So I don't have these articles. I don't have the article. You can see URL is not on Google. I don't have this, URL on my website. So URL is not on Google, and discovery. You can see all this stuff that is, unlike what we saw there that it was in there. So if you want to index a new page, you can do that here. So let's say, for example, if you publish a new post, you can go here and submit the post, right? And once you submit the post, you're going to see request indexing. So you can see request indexing. Now you have options. Google give you the ability to do it 10 times per day. Don't do it more than 10 times per day. So if you are into blogging, newspaper, or whatever, the more your website become authoritative, the more Google will start doing it. That means they will start indexing your page themselves without even you submitting this page, right? So we have all these things like as well. We have pages. Now these pages will show you all your pages that have been indexed and the pages that are not indexed. You can see non-indexed, indexed. Now you don't have to be so serious about all this stuff. If you don't, most time Google just pick some random pages that you really need and tell you that it's not indexed. You don't really have to worry about that. Just make sure that the most important pages on your website are indexed. All right. So it's very, very important as well. And it also tell you some of the pages, why some of your pages are not indexed. You can see that sometimes they give you not found 404. That's one of the error. It's also excluded by not indexed tag. Not indexed tag means that you're telling Google not to index that page. That's what it means. Okay. So page with redirects, alternative page with proper canonical tag, blocked by Google test. Now they're going to give you a lot of errors here. I don't really spend much time here. It depends. I don't really spend much time. This is technical SEO, right? I don't really spend more time on trying to solve every errors here because it's not until you solve all these errors that your website is going to perform well all the time. So, but it's actually good for you to know. So it's going to give you some of your error. That's okay. Most of the time, what I focus on is maybe source 404. Source 404 means that, okay, Google actually found your page, but it's saying 404 page on your website. That means that Google is seeing a page, or the page that is seeing, your website is interpreting that the page has been deleted. Or most of the time, Google even take low content page as source 404. That means that if your content has like 50 words, Google sometimes take it as source 404. Get the idea now. So we have the videos now, of course, like the videos that we have. Now we don't have videos on our website, so okay, so 2 video indexed or whatever. So we have the sitemap. Now this sitemap is what you're going to submit at first time. The moment you are starting an SEO, make sure that you go and check the search console if your sitemap has been submitted. Now, I didn't add it here because this website has been, let me just add it for you now. Okay. This how it's going to be, sitemap.xml, right? So this one will show Google how your pages, like it's compile all your pages together. But sometimes you have to be correct. You have to make sure that, okay, the URL you are submitting is correct. So you have to check it yourself. So just check it yourself and see, okay, that's the right URL, because if you don't get the right URL, Google won't display all the pages that you have. So I can see that, okay, this URL is correct. So what I'll now do is, okay, you can see now, okay, so here's what I'm saying. Sometimes Google use sometimes the plugin you are using, sometimes we use sitemap, underscore index.sml, and sometimes you use sitemap.sml. It depends on what you are using. So I know that the URL is sitemap. You can see what we directed. This is the sitemap, so that's just what I have to paste here. So I'm just going to go here and paste it there, right, and submit. So once I submit it, it's going to, it's a very good stuff. You can see. So you can see discovered page 0. So with time, I didn't submit it because, of course, I was not really we're already ranking, so it's not a big deal there. Okay, but if you have many pages on your website, it's good for you to actually have it. Okay, so then we have removals, right? Now removals is good when you want to remove maybe a certain page from your website, maybe a certain post from Google. Let's assume you publish something. This is what we use to clear people's name. Maybe a news person posted someone, and they want to remove the page totally on Google. We use this tool. You can see if it's a new request. Now it will not immediately remove all the URL. It will not immediately do that. Sometimes it takes maybe 6 months. So remove this URL alone. So just paste the URL associated with your website. Now you can see the temporary remove. So it's like 6 months or 3 months before Google will automatically or permanently remove it. Right. So the moment you tell Google that, okay, I want you to remove this URL from Google, Google will stop showing the page on their on their Google search page. That means on their results, but it's still with them. It's still with us. They still have access to it, right? Because some people might think it's a mistake, so they don't just delete. Just like when you do something on your phone, they'll still have a backup of it. With after like 60 days, the Google will permanently delete it. So Google also does that. So you can tell it, okay, use URL. I want to remove this URL, so you're just going to paste the URL of the blog post that I don't want to show on Google again, and you're going to click on submit, right? For example, now let's say I click on Nivedigital ish, like the one we're trying to. So you go to click on, you can see next. If you click on next now, URL is not proper. That means it's not indexed. That means you can see the page has to be indexed before you can remove it. So you don't have to remove any page that is not indexed. It's not found on Google, right? But if the page is indexed, you can remove it from Google and say, Google, I don't want you to show this page again. That's what that means, right? So you can see, I actually don't use this. I use most of this. So block URLs from Google search results for about 6 months and clear the snippet next time Google indexes. So for permanent divider, block pages from indexing. Now that one aside, right? That one aside. So sometimes we use this just to temporarily remove the page from Google, right? Yeah. So it's good, right? So we have this experience. This is just like the technical. This is majorly for, all these web developers to use, right? It's good for web developers to use. We have the core web vitals, right? We have the HTTP. Now, this core web vital, I just tell you, I don't really use it, right? It depends. I don't use everything that Google tells us to use. But like I said, we don't really have much information here because this search console for this account was newly created. But I've in this video I've explained some of the LCP, the largest, content, paint, and likes. So it's just technically how fast your website is, or how good your website is with people, the user's experience with people. That's what this means, okay? And also it show you HTTPS. They're going to ask you how many of your HTTP is. If you have an HTTP, you can see you put a non-HTTPS URL as a very critical issues. So it means you make sure that your website is, of course, URL. So that means HTTP, that means it's secured. Google doesn't like unsecured, non-secured websites. So now this breadcrumbs is more like, it's good for e-commerce people. It's good for people that have products a lot. I don't really use it, right? But if you're into e-commerce products, let me show you what it brings up. If you go to Jumia right now, if you go to Jumia, you're going to see, if, for example, click on maybe phone and tab, you can see this is a breadcrumb. So it's like a direction. It's telling Google the direction they are taking so that it can is easily linked. So it's a very good stuff, right? So Google also uses that, you can also check the breadcrumb of your website, right? If it's good or it's not done well. And we have the security and manual actions. This is, for example, if a website has been if there's some stuff that have been affected, maybe you've done something wrong, this is where you can see it. So if you click on manual action, Google is going to show you, okay, your website is done, but you can see no issues detected. And you can see security issues is telling you no issues detected as well. Now we also have links. This is all where you're going to be seeing all the backlinks on your website. You get it? That is where you're going to be seeing all the backlinks on your website, and it will show you all websites that are linked to you, and you have the achievements. I don't want to show all this stuff, but this achievement is just majorly like the insights. The insights, like you are in the top. Let me just show you what I mean. It's just going to show you that, okay, your results, your website is among the top 3, right? So for example, now you can see it's telling you that, okay, so people like your progress and likes. So you can see all this stuff now. So so just telling you your success rates, like how many people click on your website in the last so and so. So that's just what that means. And then we have settings, right? So how do we really use settings? You don't have to bother using settings. It's not mainly you can see. Now let's say for example, you can see you are a verified owner. Let's say for example you want to add someone to have access to your search console. This is where you're going to add it. So you can have someone to have access to maybe a manager role or one type of role, right? So this is the majorly. Now this is a robot test. Now this is a robot test. If you go to every website, if you're using WordPress, your website, the SEO plugin you're using would have created the robot test for you. So robot test is more like is an access to your website, right? Let me take robot test is more like a gate of your house. The key is security. So anybody that you let enter in is they are the people that will enter. Anybody that you don't want to enter, you don't want them to enter. Get it? That's the idea here. So that's all about the search console. You can see that it's a very comprehensive interface, a very important tool for we SEO people. So you want to present good data with your clients, to your clients. So you also know what is actually going on with your data. Make sure you use search console, right? But if you want an external, all those SEO premium SEO tools can also do all this stuff, even way more better. Because, for example, now the limitation of search console is that the pages is not more than, they don't give you more than 1,000. For example, if you go here, they don't give you more than 1,000 words. Keyword. Let me check. Okay, let me go to show postcode. They don't give you more than 1,000 words. 1,000 keywords. So they have limitation, and your website might be ranking for 10,000 keywords, but they have limitation for now. So all this SEO tool, premium SEO tool, can do more than what Google Search Console. But for you as a starter, it's good to, unless you want to even check how your website is performing, that's when you can use this. Right? This gives you the raw data, but it doesn't extend more than 1,000 keywords. And your website can possibly rank for more than 1,000 keywords. So you have to know the limitation of this as well, right? But don't be too moved by a lot. All these SEO tools, because they don't really give data as much as you give. For example, now, if you realize that, okay, for the last 28 days now, right, we show postcode got more about 1,000 clicks. Now, if you check an SEO tool, they'll tell you maybe it's 5,000. So they are not always accurate. That's why I trust this Search Console and Google Analytics. Okay, so thank you very much. Let's move. Very well. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next one now, which is called Off-Page SEO. We've talked about the keyword research. We've talked about on-page SEO. We've talked about technical SEO. Now, this is another factor that determine how far your website is going to rank well on Google. All right. So this is very important. Link building. Let me go back. So why off-page matters? It helps you to build domain authority. I have said before that Google looks at the authority of your website to determine how they should rank your page. Now, this is not always a factor, because Google will always say that they look at the authority, but Google sometimes use the authority to determine if Google can just, for example, now, if you start a social media account now on Google, maybe like Facebook, who do you think Google will prioritize more. Google will prioritize Facebook more because there's an authority website. So Google saying that they don't really look at, it's not really true. Google have even told us that you will rank by how many links are linking back to you, right? And also, you can improve your search ranking. Now, there are a lot of SEO people that are paying extremely for this. This is the most, they spend more money on this aspect because it's what actually moves the needle. You get it? It's what actually moves the needle. So, because there are some people paying $1,000 to buy links, $2,000 to buy links, $3,000 to buy links. It will improve your search rankings immediately. Provided that you get it from the right place. Don't go and buy all those cheap dollar, kind of stuff. And also increases trust and credibility. It can bring referral traffic. Most people that see you on the other website are likely to visit your website. So, for example, now, if 20 website link to your blog on SEO tools in 2025, Google sees that as valuable content, which is very important, right? So, as I said here, backlink is meaning of what? Vote of confidence. When other websites link to you, Google assume your content is trustworthy. As I said before, that Google kind of look at the trustworthiness of your website. Google doesn't want to bring any kind of website to the first page of Google and to start misbehaving. So Google really wants to trust your website. That's why they look at other people that are linking back to you. So if Google really trusts other people's websites and they link to you, it kind of bring trust. You get the idea of what I'm saying. But not all backlinks are created equal. Of course, there are some there's some $1,000 link, there's some $1 million links, and there are some links that are cheap. It depends on what you are getting. But our advice: don't buy cheap links. Don't buy links from all those people selling links because it will destroy your website. So don't buy it. Make sure you follow the best practices, which I'm still going to talk to you about in this training. So high quality backlinks from reputable, relevant website. Don't go and be getting links from website that is not relevant to you. Now, people believe that how many links you get will determine how far you want. No, it depends on how relevant and how authoritative that website is. So, for example, let's say you are into football right now, or you are into sports, and now because you are into sports, you have a website into sports. It's not advisable for you to go and meet a health and fitness website to link back to, because why? Because it's not kind of related in a way, medical and sports. Maybe there's a way they can link it and say, okay, when you do exercise, sports, or politics, you just have to find stuff that is more related. Maybe you are into football now, right? You can go and meet someone that is into maybe it's basketball, or it's kind of related to kind of stuff. So low quality backlinks, spamming websites, can hurt you. Don't get links from people selling cheap links very well. Now, this is the truth. I have tested links. I spent a lot of money on links, and I discovered this late. Any link that is worthwhile won't be cheap, and any link that is worthwhile might be cheap too. You might find some lucky time that you just message a guy or a person that owns a website and tell them you want to optimize your content, like you want to link, if they can link back to you, and they'll tell you that, okay, can you pay 20,000, can you pay 40,000 if you're in Nigeria. If you're outside the country, they can charge you depending on what they feel you will gain when they link back to you. It all depends on the equal whatever. It depends on the value exchange, the value they are giving you. You get the point? So what I'm saying is that maybe for you to get a link in Forbes, it might be different from you to get a links in a Nigerian newspaper. You get the idea now? Yeah. So what are types of backlinks? We have, as I said, we have different kind of backlinks. We have natural links, other assigned links to natural link. Now, this happens most of the time. Let's say you are on the page one. Most people might want to write top SEO companies in Lagos. They don't want to add it to they don't want to add it to their articles, but because they want to add it to, they are looking for companies that are on page one. So because of that, they will just find you because you're on page one and add you on their website. That happens naturally. You are not paying for that. They are just doing it free of charge. Right? Now we have manual links. This is outreach. Now this is very practical. This means that you are reaching out to people that are in your field or their PR niche, and you're telling them about linking to you, because it's actually important. You have to do this to actually do well on Google. As I said, Google looks at the trustworthiness. It's not about how your content that matters, right? It's not only your content. There are a lot of people writing. There are millions of content, there are even billions of content online. So it's not only you trying to rank and get to page one. So for you to leave that competition, you need to actually do what other people are doing, investing in good links. All right. So go out there and try to reach out to those PR, all those guests, all those related websites that's in your line, and try to do your research. You can also create your self-created links. Now, this I don't advise this. I don't advise forum comment. I don't like posting your link on forums, but most people do it and they get results. But I don't really like it. But you can do directories. Directories is actually do if you have a local business kind of website. Right, so you can just look at like your country, wherever your country is. If you search for Nigeria Business Directory, you're going to see businesses that you can list your website on. Some of them are free, some of them are paid. It depends on how much you want it. You get. No matter the country, you search for UK Business Directory, you're going to see a lot of directories you can list your website on. Right? So make sure you aim for natural and manual backlinks. The moment you start ranking on the first page of Google, you start getting free links automatically, because most people that are writing content will want to link back to you. You get the idea now. Now, one of the ways to write to get links is by guest posting. Right, guest posting. So write article for other websites in your niche. There are a lot of guest post articles that you can. Let me show you an example. So for example, now let's say you want to look for guest posts on your website. You can just try to look at your niche plus write for us spot. You can use write for us or guest posts or whatever. Just make sure that it's okay. Write for us quickly. Write for us fashion. I can see it's even giving me a lot of see write for us, write for us. You can just find all this stuff. You can even put in Nigeria if they have, and let's see, you can just write football article and get paid, other stuff. Now you can just look at some of these articles to find the links that get post links, get post opportunities that you can actually write for. So guest post can actually help you to build authority, send referral traffic to you. Support always post on sites with good domain authority, because of course the reason why you're adding creating all these guest posts is to boost your own authority. So you don't want to be going to a website with the zero domain authority. It's not good. And how do you even check the authority of your website? You just go to Ahrefs and look at backlink checker. So what I mean is that it's got to go to Ahrefs and just search for backlinks checker. So it will tell you the domain authority of that website before you start reaching out to them. If you feel that okay, the website is kind of poor, right, you don't have to use them. So this is it's a free tool by Ahrefs. There are a lot of SEO tools that you can use, but some of them overemphasize on. But you can use this before you do your those guest posts, or you reach out to them before you get the point, right? So that's it. So make sure you are focusing on the DR. Just post, for example, if I want to use search engine land now, and I post the URL. So it's going to give me the DA of this website. It's going to give me how many websites is linking back to these people. And so will it be a good, way for me to, do a guest post on if they are allowing? Most authority websites won't allow you to do guest posts because you can see this is 91. This is a very high authority website. So you can see 3.15 million, more than 76 people are linking to the website. So it's a very great, this is a very authoritative website, right? So, so the next one, social media signals is a very good factor. So once you have a website, make sure you create social media accounts for all of your, social media account for your business. So on Facebook, LinkedIn, X, Pinterest, and stuff. So share, like, comment, mention. It's actually signals to Google that okay, this person is actually trustworthy. You get the idea now. So more social availability will increase more traffic, more backlinks. So it's a very good. So be active on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, whatever you are active on. Just be active on social media. Just to tell Google that you are a trustworthy person, right? And directory submission. Now, there are a lot of, I've mentioned it before, that you can do. Once you just have to search for maybe, if you are doing local SEO, as I say, register for a good business profile. If your business is in local or Yelp or Yellow Pages, or you can search for your country, just search for Nigeria business directory. You're going to see a list of business directory you can register and cite your business on. And we have niches directory, industry specific, blah blah blah. So that is it. So we have book links. You can find some book links on other people's website and tell them to link back to you. All right. So AHS do this properly. They do it very well. So book link building is more like, let's say for example, you have a competitor, you have someone in your line. You can find a booking links that you can reach out to them and tell them that okay, I saw these links that you referred, that you linked to, but this person have deleted their own website. Can you link back to us? That's in book link building, right? So, and also press release and PR. This is one of the easiest way of getting links by listing on maybe Forbes, all those Punch, or all those This Day, or all those The Nation, Nigeria, if you're in Nigeria, of course. So you can actually do this, right? You can do some PR on your website. Improve brand visibility, work best for product launches, events, or big announcement. This can actually help to improve your performance on your website. So, what are the SEO issues? Some off-page SEO you should not do. Number one, don't buy backlinks in bulks. Of course, I mentioned that before. Don't join link farms. Don't use automated link software. Don't spam comments or follow-ups. Those can lead to Google penalties. You don't want Google to penalize your website because of the links that you bought. If Google sees traces of you buying links, it's an unethical way of doing stuff. So, not that you should not buy links. Don't go and be buying those $1 to get 2 links. Even though that will increase your DA, it's not good. Don't do that, okay? So what are the steps of the off-page SEO you need to follow? So the first one, as I said, is make sure you build a high quality backlinks. Make sure you find websites that are providing high quality backlinks. Get posts on authority websites, be active on social media, engage in forums and question sites. This is you don't have to do all this stuff. You just have to submit to directories, fit booking links, convert brand mention into backlink sites. So people that are mentioned on websites, you can just reach out to them and tell them if they can link back to your website. So off-page SEO is relationship plus trust building. We've talked about keyword research. We've talked about on-page SEO. We've talked about technical SEO. Now this is and this is off-page SEO backlinks. This is very important if you want to actually, it's not about writing content alone. You need people to trust. You want Google to build that trust with you. And for Google to build that trust with you, you need to make sure that other people in your line, other people that Google trusts, are recommending you. This is as important as anything. So if you want to start SEO right now, these are some of the processes, these are some of the stuff I will do. These are some of the stuff I have done, and you can get results with that. Okay. So what are the SEO metrics you need to look out for when you are trying to, of course, when you're doing SEO, you want to actually know what you are doing right, so that you can know whether what you are doing right is working. So as I said, SEO is not guesswork. You need data to know what is working, what is failing, where to improve. If you can't measure it, you can't improve it. You need to know, are my rankings increasing? A lot of people don't know that if they start an SEO campaign, they don't even know whether what they are working on is actually improving. They don't know whether they are doing the right stuff. They don't know whether what they did last week, the links they bought last week, is helping them. You need to make sure you track as a marketer, because you're a marketer now. You're not just an SEO person. An SEO person, you're a data marketer. So you need to learn how to track. You need to have data of this, right? So you need to check all these bounce rates, how many people are leaving your website, blah blah blah. This is good. You need to add clickable elements, heading in the bottom and at the beginning of your page, and also use internal links in menus and footers so that users can actually click through whatever they are looking for, and also improve page load speed, provide exactly what the title promises. Okay, and also the moment that your visitors keep exploring on your page, Google kind of feel like, okay, this page is worthwhile, I can recommend it more to my users. Okay, so you need to make sure you settle that as well, right? So there's some SEO metric tool which we've talked about. We've talked about Google Search Console. We also have Google Analytics. So Google Analytics is more like it knows the users. Let me give you an example here. So this is how your Google Analytics is going to look like. This is the interface, and you can see it's going to tell you how many users are landed on your page, active users. If you remember that Search Console only gives us the number of people clicking to your, it only shows us the keywords your website is coming out for, the queries, the phrases is coming out for, and also the clicks that is coming out for. Why Google Analytics give us the users, give us how many times, you can see, give us the sections by, and give us the pages that are visiting the countries. As you can see right now, that, for example, if you check in the last 30 days, right? If you check in the last 30 days, you see that the people that landed on Business Connect, about 430 from Nigeria, United States. It also can give you a lot of factors. You can create more of your, you can click on View or Insight. So this Google Analytics is a very good metric for you as a business owner, as an SEO specialist. But most of the stuff you're going to be using is probably, most of what you're going to be using is Search Console. But Google Analytics gives you your users' behavior. Okay, so it's good for you to actually know that as well. If you click on View Reports Snapshots, just make sure you subscribe. We'll still be producing more videos on Google Analytics for you. So user activity over time and the like. You can see a lot of metrics that you can use. You can even look. You can filter by gender. Like, what are your people like? Let me see. You can filter by the kind of audience. Are they women? The percentage of people that are female and the likes. So traffic acquisition. So you can know, okay, organic search, like we know that business content, 502 people are coming from organic, right? Direct people 169, unassigned, blah blah blah. So you can look at where your traffic is actually, you can see the average engagement per time for organic search. Most people that are finding us organically, they're spending about 1 minute 30 seconds and the likes. So this Google Analytics, if you don't have an account, you just search for Google Analytics, right? It's not hard to create. So you just search for Google Analytics and just click on the first one and just create an account, just like the way we created, what is it called? The created search console. You can also do the same for Google Search Console, right? So this is okay. Go to analytics. So this is more like analytics.google.com. So you just have to create your account with your Gmail, but have an account with them. So if you have an account already with them, next you just go to add me here. You understand? Add me and add a new property. If you remember in Search Console, what we are doing is adding a new property. So you just create here and add a new property. So once you click on this, so they're gonna ask you what is your business name, the property name. Sometimes, most of the time, what we use is our business name. So we use our business name, and then we click on the country where we are, Nigeria, or you're in any other country. The currency, you can put it in your local currency, which is Naira. And the time is the moment you just put this way and click on next. For example, let me say property value is our business name, right? Reporting time, let me put Nigeria. Alright, so you can see it automatically change that, and the currency, you can see if you put Naira or Nigerian currency, so you can see that we put this value so that if you are running e-commerce, you know how many people, the conversion rate and likes, just like how Facebook is. You can know the conversion rate with Naira. So they're going to ask you industry category now required. So you need to pick one. It's just for their own benefits, and also how for them to create your own, your interface. So that's why they ask you sometimes, what is your industry? What niche are you? So because we choose real estate, we just put as real estate, and how many employees you have, just put you have like 1 to 10 employees. Or million, depending on what you want to choose. It depends on how many people are working with you. So if you click on small, just click on next. Now they're going to ask you your objectives. Objective is more like, now it depends. What you pick here will determine what's going to be showing in the interface of your home page in Google Analytics. So depending on what you do. Now most of the clients, if you are in real estate, most of what you'll be doing, maybe drive sales, generate leads. You have some limit to, you can see, to get a recommendation personalized for your business. Select the objective most relevant to you. You can select more than one objective, but a maximum of 2 is recommended, so that they can know more about. So of course, sales and leads and sales. So you can also measure your traffic. Depends on what you want to do. It depends on the objective you are trying to get. It depends on your industry as well. So most of the time, if you pick this, your own page will be around these two, leads and sales, right? Some people don't pick this; they pick this, right? So let's say this one is more like, if you click on generate lead now, you say they will measure action that indicate potential customers, such as completing contact form or requesting a code. So it's just like how your Facebook is. Your Facebook custom event. You targeting people that fill a form and go to the success page. That's just how this is. So Google Analytics can also help you to track every activities for you. And also, drive sales objective is used to analyze and optimize sales and any financial transaction on your website. Okay, and then a standard web or have traffic. Measure your it's used to measure your web or have visitors and the channels that drive that traffic. Now, this I don't really like to optimize for sales because sales might not be immediately depending on the niche, right? Except you are selling some low ticket, maybe you are in e-commerce industry where you have to sell stuff. But most of the time, if you are in the real estate industry that have thousands or millions of stuff, I don't really pick sales to drive, because sales might not be immediately. Sales might even be after the call. Of course, you can also track every activities here, but most of the time, I just pick, understand where my traffic is coming from and how many people are creating an account or how many people are filling out a form, how many people, it depends on what you're doing. So if I click on create now, it's going to create the value for me, and then they're going to ask me to fill out, what is it called? Now, the reason why it's saying internal error, please, is because why I'm trying to access this here, I've changed my Gmail. Right? I've changed my Gmail to another Gmail. That's why it's actually bringing something like that. So, so that's that one aside. So once you create it, they're gonna give you a code on the one, like how they give you code when you were registering for your Google Search Console. This is important because they want to verify you're the owner of the website. That's one of the reasons why they do understand. Also, they can track every activities on your website. That's two things. They want to know, okay, you are the owner of your website. Number two, they want to track every activity going on your website. So Google Analytics is a very great tool for you to track. And I've talked about Google Search Console. You can see what it track is clicks, the impressions. Impressions is how many people, how many times your website is actually showing on Google or any search engine. That's impression, the CTA, the indexing, and the likes. Now, this indexing, you need to understand that not all pages will be indexed immediately. So you need to kind of check if your page are indexed, right? So in your search console, if you go here, right, you need to know whether your page is indexed. If your page is not indexed, you will not rank on Google. This is a very important tool. So what you can do is, let's say for this SEO syllabus, let me find the post. I'll just copy the post and ask, and then ask, just paste the stuff, alright? Now it's going to ask me, it's going to tell me if the page is indexed or not. If it's not indexed, what I'll do is request index. You can see URL is on Google. If the URL is not on Google, what I'll do is request index. And this is a very, very important tool. Why why posting content on Google. You get the idea. Don't just assume that Google is going to index all your pages. It might take time. That's why Google give you the grace to do it yourself 10 times a day. That means you can actually submit 10 pages, 10 URLs per day. Don't do more than that, because if you are a new website, don't do more than that. Just do the minimum of the 10 per day, because the moment that's over pushing it to Google, there are some indexing tools. I'm going to find a course. You're going to go, let's say for example, you post some blog posts, you post at least maybe 15, you want to index them the same day. There's some indexing tools that actually does that, but don't do that, because it's more like pressurizing Google to index your page, and if your page is not strong yet. If your page is strong, you won't have to even be requesting indexing immediately. You get the idea. So you won't be doing all this stuff. You'll be doing them themselves. That's why if you see almost all these news sites, they once they post an article, even in a minute, it will show on Google, because Google shows them as an authority website, and Google is able to able to index their page as fast as possible, even within seconds, within 7 minutes. That's why if you go on latest news now, let's see latest news in Nigeria. I don't know. I really don't know the latest news. You see some 3 hours ago, 2 hours ago, 1 hour. Now the reason why all this stuff you can see 30 minutes ago. So you can see that immediately they post, is showing on Google. But if you're a new website, your website will not immediately show on Google, because Google doesn't really trust your website yet, and you've not built that authority. If your authority, your domain authority is still kind of low. That's why they expect you to wait for minimum of 3 to 6 months before you can start seeing whether you are doing something right or not. Okay, so make sure you take note of that. And also, we have those crazy head. Now, I don't really use all these factors. I don't really use this, but there's some marketing that you might want to do. You want to know where people are clicking, heat maps and user behavior. So you can use all this crazy head to do that. So if you go to crazy head now, it just shows you where are people clicking on your website. That's just so. For example, now if you go on this website now, let's say you went on this website, you can see all these what's it called? You can see all these Anambra 6-bedroom. Now, if more heat maps, all this crazy head, will actually show me how many people are clicking. Like, it's just tell me like more people are clicking around here or around here. You got, or around somewhere. You get the idea now. So that's what it maps it. So it depends on the market you are doing. We don't really use it, but if it may be that you want to use it, that's what it's used for, right? And I've talked about the Ahrefs and the SEMrush. So this one is used for majorly keyword tracking, backlinks, or if I even had Ubersuggest. Ubersuggest is another. Now, as I said, not these 3 tools are what we have. We have a lot of SEO tools on the internet. So don't be limited to all these ones. Right? Don't be limited to all these ones. So don't be limited to all these ones. So the click-through rate, why? Click-through rate, I've talked about this, your title and descriptions must be attractive to users that want to click, because if someone search this now, how to start a blog in Nigeria, the complete guide, don't just put, you can say how to start a blog and make money blogging in Nigeria, blah blah blah. Now, just kind of do what other people are doing. They create similar stuff of what other people are doing, so for you to get similar results, right? So, because if you are just making your SEO title just any kind of stuff, most people won't click. That's why almost e-commerce people, they try to spend more time on, because that would determine. Gigi does this a lot. Gigi does this a lot. For example, now, buy cars now. You can see we have buy cars. We have Gigi cars in Nigeria for sale. Buy used car. Verify car for sale. Cars in sale. Blah 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 blah. You can see now the reason why this one is coming up on the first, why not Gigi, is because the URL is buy cars. The URL, because sometimes, as I said, when you have the keyword in your URL, it's a very great indicator for Google to say, okay, that's why most people used to buy an exact URL. This is what they call an exact URL, or exact keyword URL. So they have the keyword buy cars, and the ng is like the domain extension, local domain extension. That's why they are ranking now. But you know that, okay, you can see Gigi actually optimized their stuff very well. That's why they are doing well. You can see cars in Nigeria for sale. Okay, so when I say cars in Nigeria for sale, like so now I say shop. Okay, still the same guy that owns buy cars. If you look at other, let's go to page 7 and see what other people are doing. Korean used cars for sale. The optimization, I don't know. I'm not affected with any of these ones. I'm just showing an example, right? So please take note. Used cars for sales in Nigeria. Now, if I want to look at all this, now let me check this. Let's say let's just do an analysis of SEO together. Okay, let's see, why are these people on used cars for sale? Why is this person on page 3? All right, is on page 6, right? Let's look at this website. You can see the URL. Number one, I've seen an error, buy cars. Now let's look at GG. Let's look at GG. Let's look at what other people are doing so that we can replicate. Now, okay, the URL also is, so GG also use URL. That means, okay, we can use URL. Okay, no problem. We can use this cart as URL. And then what again? What I have to check? URL, use card for sale in Nigeria. Let's look at, okay, they have one H1. Okay. Okay. So let me check how many content is there. So use card for sale, Bashu. Now this person is actually doing something right, but it's ranking far away from the first page. So I don't have, this is what they call SEO audit. I don't really have time to do all the SEO audits on this website. Well, I haven't found any error. They are doing good stuff. But sometimes I don't just think, I just look at what other people are doing and say, okay, maybe this is why they are not getting results. Because them to be on page 6 or page 5 is a very bad, process. So I don't really know why they're on page 1. I mean, they're on page 6. So let's look at what other people are doing. Buy used cars for sale in Nigeria. Get this, now, blah, blah, blah. Let me look at this. It's loading up the, what is it called? Let me scroll down first. Okay. Okay, so why choose my car? Best auto market. Okay, you can see now. Now you can see that the volume here is one of the reasons. The content length. You remember when we talked about content length? So if someone wants to check about how many words they have on this image, about 3,535 words. All right. Well, let's look at this guy on 570. No, it's not. That's not it. 2,000 words. Now, I really don't know what is wrong here, but I can see that the person don't really optimized. Let me see, buy cars for sale in Nigeria. That the keyword is card for sale in Nigeria, right? That's the keyword. Card. This is the keyword exactly. Card for sale. Let's know how many times the card for sale appears. Card for sale in Nigeria. Okay, so the card for sale in Nigeria appears 5 times. That's the primary keyword. Now let's look at the other guy. Let's look at how many times the keyword it appears 2. That's one thing I'm going to correct. So I'll have to, if the first guy on Google is the keyword is like 5 times, like that means that I have to make sure that my own primary keyword appears at least 5 times as well, like the minimum, right? Let's look at how many times cards for sale appears. You can see cards for sale appear here like 2 times on this stuff. Let's look at this one, 23 times. So you can see that the keyword actually matters when you're optimizing the your website. So what I can do for this website is I will try to add some major stuff like how this person did it here. To go over use car, blah blah blah. So what I'll do is added all these best auto markets, added something like this, and then okay, yeah. So just add something in between this, and I can say GG does that as well. Now GG might not even follow the best SEO path because of course they are very authoritative website, but they do it preliminary. They do all those simple optimization. Let's see how many times cars for sale appear here. In fact, on Google here, on GG, cars for sale did not even appear. Let me see cars for sale, it did not appear. Let me see cars. 7 times. So okay. Now GG, I don't really use GG for my competitor. I don't really use because GG, Google sometimes just bring out GG because they are very authoritative. They have spent years, online. So they just get away with some stuff, right? But if you see bikers now, they are doing the normal optimization. Let me look at the third one. Verify. I don't want to use this one. This one is Nigeria. It's not only Nigeria. Okay, but let's check on cars in Nigeria for best price. Wow. Okay. So okay. So what I'm gonna do is just find that keyword, cars for sale. Okay. Then today I have the cars for sale. Cars for sale. Cars in Nigeria. Now they have a limitation of the keywords. Now this cars for sale is have very DHL. That's one thing. So sometimes if I see some website not following the best SEO practice, now this one, what is helping them is probably because of their name. Because Google look at your name, your prominence, how well you are known to actually rank here as well. So Google kind of know that okay, Cars 45 is can be powered by GG. Is a name good, very popular name, and let's see how many traffic they are getting monthly. Let's see how many traffic they are getting monthly. So about 32,000 visitors, 30,035 good. Let's look at the keywords. The highest, let's like car dealer, Lexus, price, Nigeria. Now these are some of the stuff I would have put in between my homepage. You can see that. So if I have Lexus, whatever is 350 price in Nigeria, these are some of the stuff I'll be writing about. Now if you search this, let's see what will come out. Lexus. Okay, so let's see for cars. Okay, so they have their page for that keyword. Okay, I want to look at the exact URL. Let me go back. Exact URL. So the home page, right? That's the home page. So now car dealers, car dealer naming, car for 4, car dealers, buy car dealer naming. So they are optimizing everything for local SEO. Local SEO, right? They are optimizing everything for majorly local SEO. And if I kind of let me see if I can see. If you remember that our local SEO, the Google Business Profile, where I said that people optimize for people searching nearby. So you can use near me, you can use in location to it doesn't mean. So near me is a good example as well. Okay, I want to check. So let me just search cardinal near me. Let me check. Car dealer. Okay. Now the reason why they did not have this keyword, if I was the one, I would have put the keywords that Google feel like I'm ranking for. Let me check. Car dealer near me. Of course, it will prompt Google My Business, of course, because of course it's talking about now. Okay, you can see GMAP number 3. So find verified cars for sale in Nigeria. Let's look at this guy. If they really want to be a number one, I would just advise that they put some of the keywords that they're ranking for. Now this guy, I like how this guy put cars for sale in Lagos. He put the keyword cars for sale. This, if I was one, I would have put this how I'm going to do it. I'm just going to kill the keyword because we know that the keyword for sale in Lagos is a keyword. So you put cars for sale in the location. This is a very good way of optimizing. This is how I've done my own URL structure. Whether you do it for cars alone, it doesn't really matter, but this is how I have done my own URL. Okay, because I like all these URL. We are not only selling in Nigeria, there are people selling. I want to buy cars in Abuja, so I should be able to, cars for sale / Abuja, cars for sale / Port Harcourt. That's, of course, for example, if you remove this now and remove maybe, I don't know, Abuja, it's going to bring results pending, so unlike this. And if you search for cars for sale in Abuja, you can see how important your URL structure is, and you can see Abuja. GG is a very popular one, that's why I'm very well. And if I see the DA, the domain authority of AutoCheck is 35, GG is 56. So you can see that GG has more authority than AutoCheck. That's why they're always, topping. You get my idea now. So cars in Nigeria. So if I was the one, I would just kind of follow what AutoCheck is doing and replicate their own URL structure, because I like it. It is the best SEO practice because it contains the keyword / the Abuja. This is the best SEO practice, and that's why they are even ranking pretty good, right? That's why they are ranking pretty good. I'm not afflicted with them. I just give you an example on how to do stuff properly, right? So, as I said here, make sure that you have a good CTA. Okay. So how to input CTA? As I said, write cache titles, use emotional triggers and a meta description, add numbers, powers, top 10. Of course, people like top 10 stuff, or how to start an example. SEO course, learn here. Free SEO course, learn SEO in 10 hours, beginner support. This, most people to wanna take action and just learn SEO or SEO course, learn K. You get it? So you must add as an SEO expert, as an SEO person, to know what is working for others and then replicate for your own. You need to know what is working on others before you're going to replicate. But make sure you subscribe, because we're going to be producing more videos on marketing, data analysis, SEO in the future as well. So make sure you subscribe so that you don't miss it. Okay. So that's more about the metrics. So the metrics, you are knowing. Make sure you install the Google Search Console. Make sure you install the Google Analytics so that you can track the performance of your website. Because what can you do without data? We SEOs will know that we need to look at how many people come on our page. Right now, as at the time I'm recording this, right now as I'm recording this, there's an update, there's a Google update going on. That's why most websites are having decline stuff. We share Business Connect now. Last 24 hours, you see that it's kind of declined. 8 people landed on, people searching Nigerian business. Now, a lot of factors here. Nigeria Holidays, Nigeria Property Center, whatever. So if you check the last 20 days, you see some of the keywords I'm ranking for. And what I do sometimes is, for example, Nigeria Business Directory. The reason why we get about our Nigerian, if you copy now and you search for Nigerian Business Directory, the reason why we're on page 2 is because I've not really had time to optimize the website, and the authority, the domain authority is kind of low compared to other people. But is what why? Because it's still like a year and some months. You can see in Business Connect. Sometimes it will be at number 8. It depends on the Google algorithms and the likes. So, but once we have time for it, once we have time, because we have a lot of projects, and once we have time, we're able to optimize it properly and we'll get to page 1. But make sure that you're tracking as an SEO person. Make sure that you are tracking every activity that you are doing. If you are not tracking, you don't know what is working. A lot of people don't know how to track. That's why I said you should create that Google Search Console. You should create Google Analytics and look at some of the keywords you are coming that you are ranking for. Look at how many people are even coming to your website directly. That's the direct traffic. How many people are coming from Google search? How many people are coming from social? Using Google Analytics, you can actually know all these factors. You get my idea now. It's all Google Analytics that you can know all those factors. That, okay, about good percentage of female are coming to our website. Good percentage of male. This country, that's where we are getting most traffic for. Okay, it's between this age that we are getting this traffic. Let's create content relating to these people. So if you know that, okay, there's about 40 people that are landing on your website, you start talking about pension and stuff like that, or about 50. But if it's about all those young lads, about 20 years old, 30 years old, you will know the kind of content you will put out, because you know that majority of your people are young lads. So it's using Google Analytics as a marketer. That's why an SEO is a marketer. Using Google Analytics as a marketer to know all this, all this stuff, so that it can help you to make an informed decision moving forward. You get the idea of what I'm trying to say, right? Okay. So we're going to look at careers in SEO now. A lot of people want to learn SEO. A lot of people want to use SEO to grow their own website or their blog. It depends on what no matter what you want to do, there are a lot of people looking for SEO experts. Even in Nigeria, I have an agency called Nivedigital, and it's ranking also on page 1 for SEO company in Lagos. We're in Lagos, and we do get people from Nigeria paying us more than 500,000 per month. People from the UK, people from all over the world paying us quite a number of money per month to help them to optimize their web. So there's a very high demand for SEO specialists, especially now that we have the AI, and many people doesn't really know how to optimize their websites. That's why at Nivedigital we are training students on becoming an SEO person, right? On becoming a good SEO expert to help them, become, to make money with their career or grow their business. So if you're interested, call the line, just call this number or visit Nivedigital Academy, and we'll be delighted to have you on board. You can come for a physical training, or you can do online. No matter where you are, we'll be willing to train you. Okay, so now there are a lot of SEO career opportunities. SEO is a skill with global demand, as I've said before. You can work as a freelancer. You can work as using Upwork. You can work using Fiverr, LinkedIn. You can work any of these places, and also you can work in even companies. There are a lot of companies looking for SEO specialists with their team in their team. So you can join them and help them to scale, help them to go online. You can also start your own SEO agency. We have an own agency. We have an academy, Nivedigital, and we have an academy. We have an agency, Nivedigital. We have an academy, Nivedigital Academy, Nivedigital Academy. So you can start your own agency as well. You can in-house SEO for brands. You can do it. You can get hired by businesses looking for an in-house SEO specialist, right? So every business is online needs SEO. That's the truth of the matter. Every businesses in Nigeria, especially now most people will have to start your brand. Now, if they can't find your brand on Google, that's a bad stuff. So most businesses understand these facts, and they're looking for SEO experts to do that for us. So why is SEO a great idea? Number one, it's high demand worldwide. If you go on Upwork now, you see a lot of people, right? If you go on Upwork, if you go on Upwork right now, go to what is it called? Let me click on sales and marketing. I'm gonna see a lot of all this stuff, search talent, maybe SEO. My internet is bad. Okay. Anyway, I don't want to waste time, but a lot of people looking for SEOs, a lot of people looking for SEO people, SEO expert. Even on Upwork, you see a lot of them. There are people that have gotten a lot of clients and people that have gotten thousands of dollars. I make thousands of dollars from Upwork, freelancing. Like for me now, when I started, I was using part of Upwork. I don't really use it that much, but at the beginning, I once used it, and before I move on to an agency. So it's out, like it's a very popular demand because not everyone knows SEO, not everyone knows how to do SEO properly. Even those that know how to do SEO are not getting results for their clients. Of course, they're bad people. So you can also work remotely, work from anywhere. Of course, you can work from anywhere. Low investment, just skills and tools. High earning potential. Online ad, SEO is a long-term growth engine. Business will always need it. That's a factual. Business will always need it. For example, I have a client that they've been paying us for the past 1 year. They are paying us monthly for them to actually optimize and get them results. All this stuff is not. It's just like if we can get them with results, of course they'll keep hiring us. They'll keep paying us what we want. Okay, and so it's a very long time. It's not that okay, I'm gonna hire. It's not like ads, all right, where they will have to pay you and that's gone. SEO is not like that. SEO, we keep on paying you monthly to get them results, right? So always it's very important. So we can freelance with SEO, as I mentioned before. You can use platforms like Upwork, Fiverr, Freelancer.com, LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a very good example to even get clients. Even X. If you go on X now and use the job search, you're going to be seeing some people looking for SEO specialists that you can apply to, right? So you can do LinkedIn outreach, companies that you feel they will need an SEO person, maybe some even jobs applications you saw there, you can apply it on LinkedIn. Make sure that you prime your LinkedIn profile, because most of what you do, if you send a message to someone on LinkedIn, they're going to check your profile about who you are. So if they see that what you are doing is not, they don't really know who you are, they don't know what you are doing, your LinkedIn profile is showing otherwise. It's not showing what you say you do. They won't want to, know more about you or hire you or something. So make sure that you prime your LinkedIn profile. If you're even doing the outreach on Instagram, make sure you prime your Instagram profile. Put that tag, like you're an SEO specialist. We have, one line sentence of what you do or what you help clients to do. I help clients to do so and so. Get the idea. So start small, build reviews, scale into high ticket projects. So if you're an SEO person that you're just starting, you can start even collecting 100,000, 70,000. Just start small. So you can just tell them that, okay, at the end of this, please, can you give us reviews? Can you give me reviews so that I can use it to build my brand? A lot of people don't want to start more. That's why they are not getting, because if you don't start more, how are you going to get a good job? What reviews are you going to use? So when you start more, you start collecting. It doesn't mean that you have to collect minimal. Now, let me be sincere that there's some work that you can't even do with 100K. Let's be clear, because if you remember when we talked about backlinks, where I said that there's some website that I want to collect 100,000 or 50,000 for PR, for linking and stuff like that. So if you collect 100K for SEO service, thinking that you do now, try to be expecting for you to do everything for them with the 100K. So make sure you understand that there's some work that how competitive your business, your client businesses will determine what you're going to get. You get the idea. So don't be just pick. What I tell my students is sometimes if you can pick maybe on-page SEO, you're optimizing on page, you can just be specific to a type of SEO. If you remember the type of SEO, you can even do local SEO for them. You can do all those people, all those ones are are low investment stuff that you don't really need to spend a lot of money to get them results. You just have to do the right thing. So make sure you start more. Once you start more and you start getting reviews, it's more easier for you to scale from that than when you are just waiting for a big payday. You are waiting for a big amount from clients. That's why most people are not even getting clients, because their price is ridiculous. And when a client asks them, okay, what results are you going to get me? What are you going to give me? Most of them don't even know. You get it? So make sure that you are, make sure that you are doing the right thing. Make sure that you are starting from the lowest. It doesn't mean you have to start from the lowest. You also have to do things to move the needle so that you can leave your current stage. So start small, build reviews, and what? You can now sell high-ticket products. Once you show a client that, okay, I have made so and so, I've helped this client to go to page 1. Like I have some varieties of clients, I have different clients in different industries that I can showcase as proof. I have students that I've helped. I have students that I have helped them to grow a client's business. You get the idea now. So make sure you start small, build reviews, scale into high ticket products, right? So you can also follow the SEO agency part. Now, if you've been testing, you can even start with your website. Create your own website and optimize it. You can choose a local business and try to optimize it, right? So learn SEO, on-page SEO, technical. We are teaching you how to do SEO at our academy. So if you are interested, make sure you call the line. Make sure you call the line, on your screen, 0902 111 7028, or visit Nivedigital Academy, or you're going to see a link in the description to fill the form about training. And also just get to the client, deliver results, build a portfolio and case studies, scale with a team, content writer, link builders, designer. Now, this is very important, but it's not as easy as it is at the beginning. It's going to be tough because most clients you're going to be working with, they're going to be charging, they're going to be saying they can pay low. They want to pay low. They want to pay less. They want to pay so and so. So you need to actually understand this fact. So most people will not pay high for your service. Most people will pay probably low. But the moment you can tell them these are the results you get, it's more easier for you to bargain. It's more easier for you to say, no, this is what I want to charge. And if clients feel that, okay, they can afford this, provided I get them the results, they're going to hire you. So you need to take all this into consideration. Alright, so you need to take all this into consideration. So agents will actually give you a recurring monthly income. Alright, you can work with 4 to 5 clients monthly and they'll be paying you monthly. It doesn't stop your first client. It doesn't stop anything, because SEO is not something that is going to take all your time to do. It's just knowing the little things that move the needle that is going to help you to and get results. Most people don't know some of the stuff I've taught here, but you that are knowing, it will actually definitely help you to go, right? So there's some salary expectation now. Of course, I said in 2025 in their paid SEO executive. These are based on your experiences, right? These are based on experiences that you have. So I said here that SEO executive, they are paid SEO executive between $25,000 to $40,000 per year. It depends on the country where they are hiring you from. But in Nigeria, I'll be expected to be paid between $250K to $500K, and depending on some industry, if it's a real estate, you can charge way more higher, because real estate have a lot of pages. They have a lot of properties there. So going through each of these pages is time consuming. So every industry determine how much you're going to charge. But for example, e-commerce SEO is more expensive than a personal page website. Maybe an e-commerce website if you want to work for an e-commerce website, it's more easy. It's more expensive than someone that just wants to do a cleaning service brand. You get the idea now, because cleaning service brand, a website, you just have like few pages, maybe minimum of 10. While an e-commerce might have more than 20 categories, and you know that you need to move the category to page 1 before they can start doing well, or the products or whatever you're doing. You get that? So an SEO specialist can be paid between 40 to 70k per year. It is just an estimate of course. An SEO manager 72k, an SEO consultant 100k, depending on expertise. And all this stuff depends on how well you are, how good you are at SEO. If you are very vibrant, if you are good at what you do, definitely you get people. I've seen, even in Nigeria, I've seen people getting paid $2,000 per month to do SEO for them. So in Nigeria and Africa, rates are lower, but it's rising faster demand, because of course right now most people don't even know what SEO is. They don't know the importance of SEO. What most people understand now is maybe Facebook ads, Instagram ads, influencer ads, TikTok ads, all those stuff. These are some of the stuff that people actually know for now. But is with time we will get known to the fact that SEO can help you to grow, because most people are using Google every day to search for something. So while you are focusing on Instagram, your competitor is focusing on dominating the search engine as well. You get the idea. So you need to just eat it from different points as a business person. Now, the future of SEO right now, we have SEO is evolving. Now, if you check on the search page, we have the AI mode now. We have AI overview, like a lot of stuff right now on SEO. Now, that's why most people are thinking SEO is there. SEO is not good again. No, SEO cannot be. The moment SEO, Google doesn't say that people are reducing, or people are saying traditional SEO. That means how we do SEO to rank people's websites is dead. It's not dead. Most of you, or you probably even searched something this week on Google. You get the idea now. So most people are still going on Google to look for information. Not everybody is going to use AI to search for information, and also AI can only provide information. And if you remember the type of keyword we mentioned, we said we have keywords based on different factors. We have keywords based on informational keywords, navigational keywords, commercial keywords, transactional keywords. Now, AI can't do much of commercial, transactional, because they can just give a reference, they can just recommend. They can't show all those people with time as they go is gonna keep. But search engines, Google also is improving to make sure that people keep using them. So why SEO is evolving, SEO is not dead, it's just evolving, right? So we have AI tools now that most people are using for faster research and content. We have the voice research now, voice and conversational keywords. So most people will just take their phone and ask, okay, I want to know about login. Now it's going to, because of the voice, it's going to give out results. And also video SEO, YouTube, TikTok exploding traffic source. Local SEO as well, near searches keep going. Most people now are actually looking for local businesses around them. So it's actually growing, it's growing and growing. So you need to adapt quickly and stay ahead. Don't be left behind. Don't be, because that's why you have to subscribe to this page. Make sure you subscribe to the page, right? So make sure you subscribe so that you can learn more about digital marketing, data analysis, and well. And you can also take our training to help you, can learn all this stuff practically with us, right? So your SEO Success Formula, learn the skills. I've given you an elaborate training on SEO. I've given you the structure of SEO. I'm breaking down the major stuff that many people don't understand on SEO, right? So learn the skills, practice on your own projects. Most people, they don't know what to do after learning SEO. And I used to tell them, you can just buy a domain, build a website. All this stuff doesn't cost more than 20k. Sometimes You need a little sacrifice, you need a little practice to get better. If you don't test, if you don't practice what you know, how will you know what you don't know? So until you practice, until you start making efforts, or you start doing one or two stuff before you can, So build a portfolio of results. That's another thing. You need to build portfolio of people looking for your service. A portfolio of the results you've done. All right. So start freelancing or get clients. Scale into agency or consulting. Knowledge plus consistency is to succeed. Now you've learned about SEO, and if you actually watch to the end, you watch to this place where we are right now, that means you really want to learn SEO, and that means it's something you really want. So I would advise that after learning, take some practices. You can comment whatever questions you have, or whatever things you want to see in the future, or you can even take our training. You can take our training on SEO, and it's going to help you to get started. It's going to, it's going to, It's going to teach you all this stuff practically, and it's like you're having a direct answer from us. You must have questions, just give you a direct answer so that it can make your journey more faster. So if you're interested, make sure you call the line or visit our website, or you're going to see a link in the description. Just fill out the link and fill out the form, and we'll get in touch with you in less than 24 hours. So SEO is a very lucrative business. SEO is not dying. SEO is just evolving. While we have the GEO, whatever, the AEO that most people are saying all over, SEO is not there. If you say, I've gotten students, I've gotten clients from using SEO. And SEO is not even applicable to only Google search alone. SEO can be used in even TikTok. SEO can be used in even YouTube. So once you understand the idea of SEO, right? Once you understand the idea, it's more easier for you to get results with it, right? So your success formula is SEO is not just about ranking websites. It's about building businesses, creating opportunities, and changing lives. So whether you're a freelancer, agency owner, or a business owner, so SEO can open doors to global opportunities, right? SEO can open doors to you. SEO can help you, to make money. SEO can help you to grow your business. Even if you have a business, you can use SEO to grow. You don't need to make people hire. You can use SEO to grow your own business. Every of my businesses, I use SEO to grow them. That's why if you search SEO trading, digital marketing trading, you'll see us on on page 1, right? And we do get students just for free, just because of the idea of knowing SEO. So you can use SEO to scale your own business as well. You can use it to scale your client business if you want to work with clients, which is not limited to you. You get the idea. Provided that you want to make money, provided that you can even use it for blogging. Let's say you're a blogger, you like writing, you like posting stuff, you can use SEO to drive traffic to your blog or to your website, depending on what you do. So make sure that you practice. Make sure that everything you've learned here, you take note of it, you practice it, you give effort to it. That's when it can become something meaningful. That's when it can become a meaningful learning. Okay. So as I said, make sure you are tracking and optimizing, right? Make sure you track clicks, impression, conversions, pulse or just underperforming ads. Use data to define targeting and now this has don't mind this. I'm just using this to use like campaigns. You understand? So whether you're going to Google as a marketer, an SEO is a marketer. So make sure that all what you are doing, you are checking the performance of your website. And I believe that you're going to get results with it, because I have gotten results with it. And I believe that you really enjoy this training. And please, if you watch to the end, please subscribe to the channel. We'll be glad. Like the comment, like the video, share the video, and I really appreciate if you guys can share the links to your friends so that they can subscribe more. And I believe that you learned a great deal in this training. So make sure that you like, comment, share the video, and if you have any questions, you can just reach out to us at 90. Our Instagram page is also in the description. You can follow us from there, and I believe that we'll be able to help you moving forward. Okay, so I really appreciate you for standing, watching this training to the end, and more and more videos we're going to be creating just to help you understand what SEO is, and any new developments we're having on SEO. As time goes, I'm going to be sharing the methods with you. So I wish you all the best, and my name is Oijobi Adola. Thank you very much.